Roulette's totally fine. So is blackjack. Blackjack's a good game. Roulette and blackjack are acceptable games. And I would say if the 5 card draw VLT has a jackpot that reaches something like $7,000, if it's a busy casino, you can win on a VLT 5 card draw game. But I wouldn't say you can win anything else except Texas Hold'em or Omaha. That's it. And I'm particularly good at all of these games. I could live as a gambler. I have no fear of it. I am fucking certain of it. I've done it before. I've lived as a gambler, and I'm certain of it. I've done it before. I've been to Black Hawk, Colorado, like 400 times. You can see it. I'm not kidding either. You see it in my fucking face. This is not a lie. I've been to Black Hawk, Colorado, like 400 fucking times or something like that. And that is a what is it? It's a 45-minute drive, something, and I've done it like 400 times or something like that. I really love Black Hawk, Colorado. It's like my favorite place in the fucking world, short of Platt Park, Colorado. And, yeah. And so, and I've lived as a gambler. I've ran with girls who sleep with gamblers. I have definitely fucked drug girls who sleep with gamblers and shit like that. I'm dead serious. And I mean, I've lived lifestyles like that. I've been Setzer before. It's weird. Not long. Didn't do it long. I was always a taxi driver mostly. But, but one of the things you can do after a long taxi driver shift is take your stripper girlfriend to the casino. Because who the fuck cares? You live in a hotel. You're a taxi driver. Nobody cares what you do. So yeah, you get high on meth with your fucking stripper girlfriend. Take her to the casino after the fucking taxi shift, the 16-hour taxi shift. And take her to Walmart afterwards. Spend your winnings at Walmart. That's the Trailer Park Boys way. You know what I'm saying? VLTs and fucking Walmart. Fucking casinos and, strippers and, drugs. That's the Trailer Park Boys way. Long before Trailer Park Boys, I was a Trailer Park Boy. Long before it, So yeah, and that's all I have to say about that. Like I don't know, like treating wage slaves like garbage is a special form of. There's like a special level of hell for that. I really feel that way.
Them to listen to us and for them to know that we're serious.
What kind of existential threat do you think automation poses to the workforce?
People want human interactions as much as people want to say that, AI and automation is the way. People that come through the airport, they don't want to continue to serve themselves.
No, they don't. People want hand-drawn. It sucks. It's something the video game industry needs to understand. You could do procedural if you hand-draw everything in the procedural. And that's what makes a good game. That's what makes Rust. Rust is the best game ever made, particularly because it is an extremely hand-drawn, handcrafted, lovingly procedurally generated sandbox, like EVE Online, that was created by a computer, but every fucking aspect of it is completely curtailed and thought about, down to the color of the stars in EVE Online is thought about very deeply. And they make sure that everything in that procedural sandbox feels incredibly fucking hand-drawn, don't they? But it isn't. It's Rust. It has a wipe. It's only 20 gigs. It's not a big 135 gig game like Starfield or something like that. Starfield is not the right form of procedural. It's the kind of procedural that's bad. It's just endless land that represents nothing. Kind of like that one game they said was the biggest game ever made this year. I can't think of the name anymore.
To sit down and relax and not have...
They say that Stalker 2 is the biggest game ever made, I think, actually, now, though. Which is nuts. Or at least that was the claim. The pop culture claim is that Stalker 2 is technically the longest, biggest game ever made. But no, I think that's Daggerfall, though. That's Daggerfall.
To think about everything and allow somebody to take care of it.
I should play Daggerfall. I think I'm just gonna play Daggerfall. I'm wondering if I'm missing out on something, and I've been really like stupid ass Josh. I really have been a Josh Strife Hayes convert. I'm a big Josh Strife Hayes person because Josh Strife Hayes is one half of my personality. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, believe it or not. I am as nice as Josh Strife Hayes actually is. Everybody in my personal life will tell you, even the people that I sold drugs to, I am the nicest person that you will ever meet. Etiquette is like law for me. It really is. I'm like that gay hotel concierge in that movie. I'm not gay, but I'm like the gay hotel concierge in the respect that I'm unfailingly polite unless you're on my stream. My stream is the only bit of my entire fucking life that I've ever actually had control over. All the rest of it is like, for instance, I'm on the auspices of the government right now. They pay me disability. My family's letting me live on their land. If I worked, I pay rent or hotels, and it was always $2,000 or $1,200 or higher. Like, I don't know, it was weird. Like, so I never ever got ahead. So I don't really care what happens, and it's weird. But I am always unfailingly polite, and it sucks. But I am unfailingly polite unless the person is actively attacking me. At which point I say that they suck 50 billion bags of dicks, because they're obviously sucking 50 billion bags of dicks if they're attacking me. You know, it's just an obvious thing. It's an obvious thing. If you're attacking me, the poorest, most lowest social standing person in this entire world's culture, short of a Skid Row junkie alcoholic, that's basically the only person lower on the totem pole than a deadbeat disability MMORPG streamer, is a junkie tranker alcoholic on Skid Row in LA. There's only one other class of people that's lower on the totem pole than me. And this is one of the reasons why I attack bullies and call them fucking names and say that they suck 50 billion bags of dicks right to their fucking face, because I'm trying to save them from a higher mistake, which is attacking me. I don't care who you bully. I don't care who you go after, as long as it's not me, understand? But if it's me, you're attacking the lowest person in the fucking culture, so I'm liable to throw an energy curse on you. I'm liable to bring the pigs down on you, because I can't strike you. I'm liable to fucking attack you. I'm liable to cuss you out every single time we ever meet. I'm not ever likely to listen to you or anything like that. You understand? Because psychologically, in my head, if I see somebody trying to mistreat me, the weakest member in American society, I think this is the worst piece of shit bully that has ever existed. And you can see this reflected. Even on, I think my cyberbully person thought that my Steam comment is about him, but no, this is about the entire goddamn community, right? Like what it says on my fucking bio, which is view my profile, right? If you need me to be your fucking target, I'm the lowest rung, I've made the least amount of money, I think, in American history. I've had the least amount of jobs. I've had the least amount of success. I've had the most amount of problems, the most misdemeanors, the most felonies, the most problems. I've never harmed anybody. I've never hurt anybody with a name. I've never done anything that left any lasting damage. I've never hurt or ever struck somebody. I've never raped or hurt anybody. I've never done anything to anybody. But I'm still the lowest rung in the lowest caste system, with the most problems, the most poverty, and like I envy people in the barrio who sling crack, because they at least have some way out of this. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't. So understand, like, so if you need me to be your target, you are the worst, most least skilled piece of shit bully ever born. And it is the truth. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't. Everything I say is the truth. It sucks, but it is true. Like, and it is true. So understand, you need a better target. You need to pick someone who doesn't live in the same country as you. You need to fucking pick somebody that actually deserves some hate, who hasn't been crucified by everybody in this culture, like some kind of like Frank Grimes his entire goddamn life. I am Frank Grimes. It's not okay to bully Frank Grimes. It's okay to bully Homer Simpson. It's not okay to bully Frank fucking Grimes, who drug his ass up out of the goddamn gutter like the fucking veritable, Catch Me If You Can. I had to fucking churn the goddamn butter. I had to churn the milk into butter by shredding the fucking lower class for 17 years to get to some place where I own a $30,000 home. And I think of this $30,000 home as the greatest mansion in mankind's history. I think of it as the greatest riches that anybody who's ever mattered has attained. Because I managed to do this against all of these fucking barriers that you put against me for no fucking reason whatsoever. From the false assault charges to the piece of shit that tried to kill me, scared the love of my life away, to one of my best friends shooting his father in the head and then himself in the head later. I didn't ask for that. that, I didn't want that, and I didn't cause it. I didn't need any of these fucking problems or any of this bullshit that any of these fucking people, my family's dying, my country's dying, my friends are gone, there's nothing left. If you need to bully me, you are the worst, most least skilled bully ever born. There is pretty much the whole entire rest of the fucking world that are socially better than me, that are better targets, that have more money, that will listen to you when you speak, that will actually respect you when you do something, who want the attention. You are the worst, most least skilled bully ever born. Anybody who ever comes after me, it doesn't matter who it is, from the government to whatever. I am the weakest link in your fucking society. No, sure, I'm not a quadriplegic or whatever, but understand, they are able to get out of their situation. I'm not. I'm constrained to this. I will live in this poverty forever. It's insane. It sucks. I don't have hope. You understand? So fucking with me, that's like fucking with little baby Jesus. It kind of is. It sucks, but it is. It's like fucking with little baby Jesus. I'm so innocent, and I've been hurt so bad by this fucking culture and this government, and I've been crucified and chased across all the deserts of the ocean. And it like stung by the gadflies, like Io, just a veritable biblical shit. I swear to God, just stung by the gadflies all across this goddamn country for no goddamn reason at all. I never did anything to anyone. Any of my friends or my family will tell you I've never done anything to anyone. Like that dude on that documentary I talked about earlier. Never did anything to anyone. You know. All he was an Elvis impersonator. All I am is a video game player. That's it. That's all I've ever been. That's all I've ever done to anyone. The amount of abuse, the death threats, the fucking problems, the cops, the jail cells, the probation, the drug test, the fascism, the poverty, the rent. The rent is really the worst thing. I just couldn't pay rent. I just couldn't afford it. Just couldn't pay that rent. You just charged so much for it that I ended up on the street seven times. And, you know... So, don't fuck with me. I'm that man who has nothing to lose. I'm the lowest rung in the caste system, short of the trankers on the fucking streets. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't want your friend invites. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you moving in next to me. I don't need you talking in my chat. I don't care about your political affiliation. I don't care about your government. I don't care if you dislike me. I don't care about anything that you do. It sucks, but it is true, you know. And what I do care about is that you don't seem to get the message. And by you, I mean the entire fucking human race. You don't seem to get the message. It sucks, but you should. This is why I want the channel empty. I do. I don't want these humans to see. I don't want them to have my history. I've hidden books and poetry from them. When I die, I will give my poetry to the love of my life, and I'm gonna command her to destroy it. That's how much I dislike you guys. I don't even want you reading my work. I dislike you that much. That's how bad the treatment actually was. That's how much I hate you. I won't even let you see, like, I've given you a couple of songs on YouTube, and honestly, I disliked even doing that. I might take those down, because that's me giving you my work. I don't want you having anything of mine. Mankind is worthless.
As a server,
my work is worth more than the entirety of all of mankind. If I didn't believe this, I wouldn't do the work. You know?
Relegated to a glorified food runner at the end of the day, where
you're just a food runner. You're just a cum receptacle. You're just a ride to hop in and just roll away clean.
For people that come through here sometimes,
you're just a doorknob.
I get to have a lot of interactions with a lot of really cool people.
Yeah,
I mean,
me too.
The best part of my day is getting to talk with the guests, get to know them, see why they're traveling, where they're going to, joking around. Like, that's what people come into a full service experience.
Yeah, that's what they're paying
for. If they didn't want that, they would just go and grab a sandwich and go sit by the gate. So I feel like they're taking that away in the name of profit.
Yo, what's up? Los Angeles, California, 9:30 a.m. I just went inside that Dunkin' Donuts right there, and I'm not gonna lie, there was in fact a kiosk. There was no human interaction happening. You had a counter dividing two classes of people, the working class and the consumer class, with no cross-verbal traffic at all. It was solitary, somewhat awkward, probably bad for the employees because they're understimulated, I think. But for me, I honestly kind of enjoyed it. Got to walk in there.
This dagger disappeared.
Didn't have to talk to anybody about anything going on. And now look at it. I have a perfect oat milk infused 16-ounce Dunkin' Donuts coffee in my hand. But that's not why I'm out here filming this. What if I told you there's a service that we use before we go into the field to see how the mainstream media
Why
is
did my
covering
dagger
both sides of the
disappear?
issue?
This fucking
Well, that's
game.
true. And that service is called Ground News. It's a dope-ass news aggregate that every single day compiles thousands of articles and ranks them from left to right with their bias comparison tool. So you can break out of your echo chamber and figure out what the heck is really going on. They also have a dope-ass tool called Blind Spot.
Oh, there it
allows
is.
You
Never mind, I
to
found
see
it.
stories not being covered by the left or the right. Full disclaimer, Ground News does cost money, as it should. It's the best in the business, and the only tool that I can think of today on the market that can snatch you out of that nasty echo chamber that so many people find themselves stuck inside. Here's an example. Let's use the topic of worker strikes for an example. So I have Ground News up on my phone right now, and it says a couple weeks ago in Canada, Canada Post workers went on strike to protect their pensions, disrupting the flow of mail across the whole country. Using Ground News, you can see that 61% of the coverage is left-leaning, 21% to the center, and just 18% to the right. On the left, you can see Jacobin, who described this as a fight for the future of public services, and interviews union leaders about potential scabs crossing the picket line. And on the right, you can see the Epoch Times, who've penned an article called What to Do About Your Christmas Mailing Needs as the Canada Post Strike Looms, focusing instead on the potential inconveniences that are going to be faced by holiday shoppers and consumers. So both angles contain pretty
inconveniences to
interesting information
shoppers.
and show us how the public is reacting at
Oh, are you on your
Ground
feet
News
all
also
day
has a dope
blowing
ass tool called
$5,000
Switch
at
Edition, which allows you to
Walmart?
pivot from
Oh,
one news to
poor
local news,
shopper.
or you switch
Oh, so sad. That middle class life where you drive to the Walmart and buy television screens and food and shit and video games and stuff. Oh no, the shopper's inconvenience. I'm so sorry. Oh, poor shopper. Must be so nice to be that consumer all of your life and actually have money to spend. I have so much sympathy for you. Oh no, the shopper's being inconvenienced. You know, the customer's always right. We can't have this. The shopper's being inconvenienced. No, that's a tragedy. Fucking people, man. Wait, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go to the graveyard. Or no, yeah, I'm going to take a new thing and I'm going to go to the graveyard. I thought I would chop trees, but no, I do. I turn on the sound. I want to go fight zombies. No, I came to the wrong side. Oops. I guess I'll take the general, yeah, because it pays more. As it has actual glory. So I can get up. If I do like 5 of them, I get a level. Okay, let's go do Undead General over and over and over and over and over again. Sounds fun.
And guess what? For a limited time only, you can get a special discount with my link on the Vantage subscription, bringing the cost down to $5 a month. That's www.ground.news/channel5. www.ground.news/channel5. All right, guys, back to the streets.
Despite the strong sentiments of these protesters, many Thanksgiving travelers are not opposed to AI and enjoy automated kiosks for their convenience, among other things.
What do you think about automation and AI?
I think it's a great idea. It just seems to make it much more swift. Some of these, it just makes traveling so much easier. We thought it was pretty neat, you know.
Over here, they're protesting, saying that it's going to kind of take away jobs and stuff. What do you think about that?
Well, you can always look at it 2 ways, I think, because you're creating jobs on the other side, too. You know, someone's got to build the robots, someone's got to maintenance them, someone has to put the food on it somehow. It's back and forth, you know. You might lose one here, but you're going to gain another one here, I feel.
How do you feel about QR code menus?
Kind of bland to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mid, below grade.
Do you feel like automation poses an existential threat to the American working class?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Do you feel like automation poses an existential threat to the American working class?
No, not at all. If you work your ass off, if you work hard, then no, you shouldn't have anything to worry about.
Frankly,
that's
there's
how I
a
feel
lot of
too.
young kids
Yep.
right now who don't want to work. You know, and it's not that I want to automatically replace them, but I don't think it'll ever be like when I grew up.
I feel like nowadays, because of TikTok and stuff, all the kids want to be
No,
YouTubers and
because you
dance-
guys don't pay any money. You just stole all the money and put it in your fucking bank accounts. You live up there in your nice middle class and upper class lives, stuffing your bank accounts with between 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 figures, whatever it is. Like, you guys just stuff your fucking bank accounts, and that's what is actually wrong. If you paid us for the work, we would work. We would love to work if you actually paid like $25 an hour. I would absolutely I can't really because I have opposition authority and I can't really have a boss or I end up screaming at them like I do on the people on my stream. So, and I have disability from the government because of it. Like literally I've had doctors test me and shit, they know what it is. I can't actually be told what to do. It's fucking annoying. I can't be told what to do. There's a yellow horse here, but I don't see the player, and I want to see the player. The player appears to be here or was here recently. I don't see what's stopping me. Oh no, I know. Because, well, somebody probably just left this horse here, but, so I have a look-see around, make sure I'm not missing anybody. Yeah. The player being a question mark is not good for me. It adds like an element of risk here that I don't really like that much, but I mean, I haven't really lost, so I haven't lost anything that I can't replace, so. Oh, I need water. Oh, no. Damn it, I have to go get water. I hate all the prep that you have to do. I think one of the major problems with humanity right now is they seem to think that everybody else cares what they think. Where is my fucking torch now? Oh, there we go. Oh, I needed water and I didn't get it, huh? Why aren't we? Oh, because. Oh, I don't have bandages and butt bandages. 3. Oh, wait.
dancers and rappers. They don't want to like be engineers and scientists and doctors anymore, and definitely not soldiers.
And definitely not carpenters or plumbers or whatever, which to me right now, I wish I was starting a job. I wouldn't mind starting out at $50 an hour. I think the kids, male, female, it doesn't make any difference. You have the sense of not rotting a real job. Just, I want to just kind of do what I want. And they expect $20, $30 an hour to start. They want a new house right away. They want a new car, a new boat.
I don't want any of that shit. That's the difference. I'm not greedy like them. They think that shit's all coming to them and everything's going to be all bougie because they were raised by bougie. Fuck bougie. Bougie is Trump. Bougie is what's wrong with the world.
You do whatever it is, and it's like, give me a break, dude,
Are you pro-capitalism?
Yeah, I guess yeah. It's better than everything else we got, like, being shoved in our face, right?
Yeah.
So, I guess I'll take capitalism.
You optimistic about the future of American capitalism?
About that specifically, I'm not optimistic about that if it keeps continuing, no.
How come?
Well, because it's hard to live. I mean, I live in a studio.
It's hard to live.
Converted from a garage, two blocks down from my landlord's
house.
mansion. Like that's how I live. That's how that's pretty much.
I don't hate them. Yeah, I said it. We don't do any of this. We just say it. Time to change, shitheads, or the upper class has to go.
Two blocks down.
How come?
Well, because it's hard to live. I mean, I live in a studio, converted from a garage, two blocks down from my landlord's McMansion. Like that's how I live. That's pretty much, give or take, how I've been living for like 5 years. I've been getting a taste of the real world for like years. So like I don't know, like why do these people have to, why do these people deserve anything better than what I have, you know?
For sure.
Yeah.
What are your passions outside of working here?
I mean, I do art, I guess, yeah.
What kind of art?
I draw, I guess, yeah.
That's cool. Do you ever think about, like, you know, after this going into illustration or something like that?
No, that's fucking insane, because like even in our current society we have like as much, you know, like I'm not gonna have the opportunity, no.
Well, shit, you never know.
No.
Is there a possibility of promotion in the Dunkin' Donuts corporate apparatus?
Well, I don't know why I'd want to do that. Then I would lose union protections.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood.
I will lose union protections.
Fine. Fuck the authority. Channel 5
This
news.
one hit hard. Short, sweet, and good. The inequality, it's got to end, or the upper class has to go, and I'll be there to fucking kick your ass out. We have to have equality in this country now, or I will kill the upper class myself. I'm dead serious. Give us the equality that you promised us 300 years ago. Give it to us now, or I'll fucking kill you. I'm done with the upper class. I'm done with them. I don't believe them as being American anymore. I view them as full-blown the Antichrist, or just the, you know, the fire under the frying pan. Fuck them, I'll kill the upper class myself before I let them stand on this inequality much longer. I'll just come find them. I don't care. I'm not making some weird, scary death threats or anything. I'm really not. I'm saying, like, revolution-wise, we can't struggle. I'm in a struggle right now to stomach the inequality that the rich seem to think that we'll stomach. I can't win this struggle. I will lose that struggle, and we'll just come wipe you out in general, which is what we usually do. We'll just come storm the Versailles. Or, you know, We'll come storm the Versailles and we'll stop you from doing this any longer. I can't have you treating us like this. I can't have you treating my fellow Americans like this. That America just stood there and talked about how they live in a converted garage that costs $1,000 2 blocks down from their landlord's fucking mega mansion. That's the situation in America. I've never heard it said so succinctly. It's a struggle that we're losing. And you know what'll happen. It's the death of the upper class. You didn't think the middle class could die, did you? We did. We died. We died. I was middle class. Now I'm lower class. I live in a $30,000 home. I live off of $7,000 a year. I would probably kill for certain things, honestly. I need them so badly, but I don't get them, so I just don't think about it. Whatever. I need to support my family. I can't, I can't work your jobs because then I would be paying your rent. I can't pay your rent without making the gap between the 1% and us just greater, and I won't pay them. I won't support them. I'll fight them in the streets, but I won't pay them or support them any longer. I won't pay their taxes. I won't work their dead-end jobs for their $5 an hour. I won't do their serfhood. Like, I don't bitch anymore about my job being illegal unless it comes up, like, subjectively in a conversation and stuff. But I don't even bitch about my job being illegal anymore. I mean, my job's illegal. I can't sell online gaming currency. I have endless online gaming currency. I easily could have made, I don't know, 8-9 figures off of it. I easily could have. Like, people really want this currency, and I would really like to sell it to them. But pieces of shit took over our goddamn government, fascist up the entire fucking place, took every single last freedom away, fucked up everything. Nobody can make any money. Nobody in this fucking place can make any money unless you're the 1% charging the rent. That's it. And maybe you're a rock star. Maybe you make it out. Maybe you're the one single rock star that makes it out. Maybe you're Billie Eilish. You're probably not. So, like, I don't know, you know, I can't have you stealing from us anymore. I can't have you charging this kind of rent. I can't have you letting the inflation get so out of hand that foreign countries that have always been considered like underneath our caliber are punching harder than us. And this is because the rich just want to stuff their fucking bank accounts further. And I don't care how much you love Warren Buffett or your fucking jack-off dinosaur Trump. I don't care how much you fucking want to suck Trump's dick and, you know, and act like he's your best buddy and that he comes from the same place as you. No, that motherfucker sits on a bidet his entire goddamn life, and servants bring him food every single time he eats, and he takes a fucking chauffeur in a limousine everywhere he goes. He's had private jets his entire life. He squandered $1 billion. That motherfucker is not your fucking friend. He owes you taxes. He owes me like 10 grand in back taxes. He's stolen like 65 million in fucking taxes. If you do the math on 750 million Americans and 65 million in fucking taxes and shit, he owes every single American something like 10 grand. He absolutely owes you 10,000. If you are a tax-paying American like me, if you pay taxes your whole fucking life, Trump owes you something like $10,000 personally in stolen taxes. This is an example of the rich just thumbing their nose at us while they just disobey every single law, rape the fucking children, steal the money, stuff those bank accounts, and let the world die. And the fiscal conservatives all suck their dick. And they all want Elon to take us to space and all this shit. You can suck a dick with that worthless ass shit. It's more like it. You can suck a dick, Richard. We'll come kill the upper class before we let you destroy the human race. Are you aware? That's the shout out to Elon. You know what I'm saying? We'll come kill the upper class before we let you destroy the human race. It's just the pure fact of it. Consult Louis XIV if you don't fucking believe me. We'll straight fucking kill you before we let you kill the country. You just wait. I mean, you don't have to wait. It's already happening. Read the news. No sympathy for the other fucking side, you piece of shit, Richards. Go cry about it in your fucking McMansions as you laugh your way to the fucking bank. No sympathy for the fucking devil. No sympathy for the people killing our fucking land. killing our culture, killing our environment, killing our pricing, killing our reputation with other countries, killing our trankers and our dopers, killing our druggies, killing the cartel, killing everybody, forming more gangs, and getting more angry and stealing more money and stuffing more fucking fiscal conservatives' bank accounts like Elon Musk. You know? Great. Really good. Good job there. With friends like you, why shouldn't I kill the upper class? Now, give me a reason not to. I really don't want to. No desire. But you know what'll happen. Consult Louis XIV. You think you can just fucking stuff your bank account with your McMansion while you sell fucking converted garages for fucking $1,000 to somebody down the street in the barrio and shit while you live in your McMansion as the landlord and shit? I know that's what you think the American dream is, but no, that's the death of the American dream. Your gods and managers landlord situation where you fucked us on the rent for the last fucking 15 years and fucked us to death like Trump. Yeah, that kind of killed us. And so now most of us are on the streets, and you killed the middle class, and we're all living in Walmart cars, and we're like downtown getting high and shit. It kind of sucks. And you complain about the homeless all the time because you're a worthless piece of shit cocksucker fucking fiscal conservative, right? And so you just complain about the homeless all the fucking time while you steal their fucking money to fuck them to death. You're Satan. Convince me otherwise. You're full-blown Satan. I mean, you are. Fiscal conservatives are fucking Satan. You stuff those bank accounts, and you rich assholes. Liberals don't do that. They liberally spend money on art and shit like this. They just don't conserve. They just don't do it. You pieces of shit, you stick $3 trillion in your fucking bank account, and then you use it to buy the space race. You're worthless pieces of shit. So you can force inequality up there too. You can suck a dick with your worthless fiscal conservative death of humanity. I won't support it. I won't back you. I'll fight you in the fucking streets. I'll kill the upper class before I let you do that. I'm dead serious. You're getting close to it too. You're getting more and more close to it. Mr. United Healthcare CEO. I have a lot of sympathy for him and his family and stuff. It sucks when you're a fucking victim of war. But I mean, this is a fucking war. You fucking corpos have been fucking us in the fucking ass for fucking, I don't know, 70 years, something like that. Since IBM and the Holocaust, you've been fucking us in the ass. You've been killing Jews with your computer. You've been selling computers to the Nazis to kill Jews and shit. Your corpos have been fucking us in the ass since World War II. And they've got to go, motherfucker. They've got to go. The upper class and the corpos, they've got to go. Full-blown gotta go. They're not welcome in the culture anymore. We don't like them. We don't care. We don't care if they die even. Look at the lack of sympathy in the current culture for what happened to United Healthcare CEO. Like, honestly, people were cheering it on. That's an example of war's end, corpos don't. You know? War's end, corpos don't. They really don't. We can't kill them. We gotta work with them. War's end, corpos don't. I'd rather war than them. War's end, corpos don't. I'd rather war than them, honestly, and I hate war. I hate war more than the corpos. But I'll take war over them because war's end, corpos don't. I'll go to war with them and I'll fucking kill them because I know that the war will end, but the corpo won't. I'm sorry, war's end, corpos don't. Pretty much is now my life motto. I wake up in the morning and I think about it. It's the worst problem mankind's ever had. Pretty much, you know, I can't think of a worse one. Way worse than AIDS or COVID or something like that, or Black Plague or polio or whatever. Corpos are the worst problem that mankind's ever fucking had, hands down, just full blown. And now, I mean, each day we try to pretend more and more like you guys are okay because you share the human race with us and you share the same living spaces with us generally. I mean, you usually live in the house in the hills and you stay away from us. But I mean, generally you live in the same state and the same country and the same world and all that stuff. You live with us, right? So we kind of have to put up with you. But I don't really want to put up with you anymore. War's end, corpos don't. So I kind of want to just take the war to the corpo so they can understand how cold and bleak that fact actually is. War's end, corpos don't. So I kind of want to bring the war to the corpo so he can feel how bad it's fucking been. You know, Bill Gates.
Game of the Year awards for 20...
Mr. Jeffrey's Black Book. Mr. Cabal.
24, talking about the game.
Mr. IBM and the Holocaust. Mr., you know, Microsoft and Afghanistan, Microsoft and Microsoft for military, Microsoft and Afghanistan, Microsoft and Vietnam. I'm fairly sure they sold computers to the Vietnamese. You know, I'm dead serious. With corpo friends like you, why shouldn't I kill the upper class? I long for something like rapists, murderers, and Nazis. They're a lot more honest than the corpos. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather just fight Nazis and rapists and shit in war than deal with the corpos. Because honestly, the Nazis and the rapists and the murderers and the genocidal fucking maniacs, they're a lot more honest and a lot more fucking transparent than the corpos. With the corpos, we have a threat that's far worse and a lot harder to understand. You know? So fuck them. Give me equality, give it now, lower that fucking rent, or we just kill the upper class. You know, I'm dead serious too. Better fucking lower that rent, motherfucker. Better lower that fucking cost of gas. You better not be tariffing China or any bullshit like that, getting Europe pissed at us, or any of that bullshit ass fucking fiscal conservative Republican cocksuckery that is destroying America. Can't have that right now. Can't have that right now. Or we might just come and kill the upper class. You know? Can't have that right now. Don't do it.
Of various genres that I personally
I'm gonna get off
enjoyed
this.
The most,
Sorry.
Because as it stands,
every day we do a little bit of more rage as a rat in the cage. You know, despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in the cage. So every day I do about an hour of this. I just yell at you for what you're actually fucking doing, as every other fucking person in the entire fucking 7 billion people on this fucking planet completely ignores who you are, what you do, what your damage is, and how bad you are, while every other one of the 6,999,999,000 fucking people on this fucking planet and shit, I'm the only one who ever even remotely fucking talks about the actual evil that you are. Maybe punk singers. That's it. There's like 50 people on the fucking planet who even have a fucking clue, and it's not you. It's not you. Your meritocracy can fucking die. We'll have to kill the upper class, I guess, because you're not going to stop, are you? You're going to wait till we trank out to death on the fucking streets. You're Satan. You wish us to die. The rich people are Satan. They want us to die. They don't care about us. They're the Lord of Death. Am I wrong?
right here towards the end of the year, I've reviewed somewhere around like the mid-50s in terms of games this year, so I'll have to actually count up the full number when I get around to ranking all of them a little later. But that's just the games I've reviewed, let alone the games I have played. So naturally, some of those stood out more so than the others, which is ultimately what we're here to talk about today. And from there, we're going to dive right into it with our first category, the indie games. So what was my favorite indie game this year? This would simply have to go to Another Crab's Treasure. An indie Souls-like meets 3D platformer. Another Crab's Treasure puts us in the role of a hermit crab looking to get his shell back after it is stolen. So as you might imagine, it's a very comedic kind of game. But on top of that, it's also a very competent Souls-like. On one hand, it has all the challenge you could ask for, but on the other, it also has a ton of accessibility options up to and including just letting you equip a gun and one-shotting everything. So if you get tired of being pummeled to death by various sea life, you can in fact just pull out a gun and win, which in my own review I referred to as rage winning, which was a really fun time. Now, to top all of that off, I think the story of Another Crab's Treasure is surprisingly good. I know it hit me right in the feelings, for sure. And while I played quite a few great indie games this year, I would say Another Crab's Treasure really just does take the cake in terms of my own enjoyment, and thus, I have to give it the award for this category. Keeping it moving though, next up we have our action games. There were quite a few great action titles this year, with many of them naturally also kind of taking up space in other genres as well.
Another Crab's Treasure, I want to play it.
In many ways, depending on how loose with it you want to get, you could realistically lump action adventures in here, sure, but ultimately one of these games has to win. And in terms of the action game I simply had the most fun playing, would have to give it to Space Marine 2. Honestly, a game I wasn't even sure I was going to review at first, but after playing a little bit of it and having just a ton of fun, I knew I was definitely going to, especially since the multiplayer requirements were relatively tame. And since its release, they've been updating it and adding more content to play through, as it was a little light on content when it actually launched. But between blasting my way through hordes of Tyranids and later Chaos Space Marines, it's a game that keeps the adrenaline pumping, and when you finally think you've mastered that, you can swap over to the multiplayer side of things and take on other players, all in the name of the God Emperor of mankind. This game was just big, brash, and a ton of fun. My main gripe with it really was just that there wasn't quite enough of it, which is hardly the worst complaint you can have about a game. But that does bring us to our third category, which is the TRPG genre, tactical games, your strategy titles, more or less. There were a few of these released this year that were quite good, such as Tactical Breach Wizards, Capes, Crown Wars, Classified France 44, just to name a few. But ultimately, only one can win, and I've got to give this one to Metal Slug Tactics, a tactics revival of the Metal Slug series, which I fully admit I'm not wildly familiar with, but I do know a lot of tactics games, and this one was a ton of fun. Bringing back series regulars, as I understand it, we'll take a team of 3 through a roguelike adventure on tactical missions that are all very quick and snappy, and each one of these characters has their own skill set, of course, but they all synergize with each other in really fun and interesting ways. So while the actual roguelike part of it can get a little routine pretty quickly, what kept me going through this one was just realistically how much fun messing around with and finding different combinations of abilities to use with all these guys was as you fight your way through all of these ridiculous boss fights. Ultimately, Metal Slug Tactics is just a fantastic tactics experience that managed to avoid getting a little too bogged down underneath its own systems the way I felt with other TRPGs this year. So a well-deserved reward on that one, I think. Now for our fourth category, we have something a little different, because it's not from me at all. This is the game my son enjoyed the most this year. Now, truth be told, he's pretty caught up in Minecraft these days, but nonetheless, you know, when I'm playing a relatively child-appropriate game, I will often show them to him, at least to try to get him interested. Some of these he reacts to pretty well, others he's not interested at all. But I would say the game that caught my son's interest the most this year, that he actually played with me a fair bit, was a title called Sandland, a game that gets its art style from the late Akira Toriyama, that puts you in the role of the fiend prince Beelzebub as you seek to find water in this desert environment, as the Sandland title might imply. And all along the way, we're going to be utilizing all sorts of vehicles and contraptions that will build up alongside a town we can build up, and Sandland was a great bit of fun. But what really pushed it over the top for me was just getting a chance to play it with my son and see his reaction to all these crazy vehicles and combat and stuff. He enjoyed it quite a bit. So my son's pick has to go to Sandland. But that brings us to my favorite Souls-like this year. I would say hit or miss genre for a lot of people. I enjoy Souls-likes quite a bit, as do many others, and I typically play the big ones at the very least when they drop, as we already saw with another Crab's Treasure. I'm also willing to take a look at the odd ones. Now for this particular category, I would say there is a very clear winner that stood pretty well head and shoulders above all the rest, and that is none other than Black Myth Wukong. A visual spectacle on top of some pretty fantastic reactive combat that feels very intense, to say the very least, which really drives that experience forward. Now, I will say that Black Myth has a few problems that keep it from being my personal favorite game of the year, which I outlined in the review for it, of course. But between the incredible
I want to watch his
fights,
Black Myth,
the breathtaking visuals, and the many discoveries to be had when it comes to this particular genre, I don't think anything quite measured up to Black Myth here. So it takes this particular category home pretty handily.
Black Myth,
our DLC category, because personally, I would just put these in a separate category rather than nominating them for Game of the Year. But I will say, as somebody whose favorite gaming experience this year was in fact a DLC, I can't really blame the Game Awards for nominating one for Game of the Year themselves. But in all seriousness, bar none, my favorite gaming experience this year was Rogue Trader's Void Shadows DLC for the Warhammer franchise, and that DLC, on top of previous patches that brought that game up to speed from its launch day, really improved it. Now, I enjoyed it when it launched, but all these improvements and then a fantastic DLC on top of it really pushed it over the moon. And in fact, Void Shadows, which centers around a death cult on your Void ship that serves you as a character, and then how that rolls into the Gene Stealer cult aboard your ship, was just fantastic, and you get to see all of that alongside a brand new companion, and it's just a fantastic bit of DLC. And the fact that it is a CRPG, which is my favorite genre, made it pretty much a shoo-in, which is why I enjoyed it so much. Which is probably not a huge surprise, given that the channel is known primarily for my CRPG coverage. But that does bring us to our final entry, and this is, of course, my Game of the Year, the title I enjoyed above all of the others, largely as the best total experience for one reason or another. Now, as I'm sure many of the people who clicked on this video were expecting, given how, let's say, controversial my Veilguard review was, where I said it was my Game of the Year, and while I absolutely stand by that review, I think Veilguard is a great game, I did ultimately speak a little too soon, because a game I had kind of written off wound up wowing me much more than anything else did this year, and this was actually Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
No way!
I went into expecting a fairly linear, run-of-the-mill action adventure that was probably going to be decent, but nothing to write home about, and instead I got a truly fantastic experience with great exploration, level design, and even the puzzles managed to be interesting. And while I would say that the enemy AI leaves a bit to be desired, if anything it kind of falls in line with how they acted in the movies anyway. A great story that kept me guessing right up until the end, the fact that you can keep playing after the story to go back and collect everything you've missed and explore all the very handcrafted side quests on top of just general discoveries, the fact that the puzzles have a variety of ways to help you get through them by either simplifying them outright or just using hints instead, but also most of the puzzles are pretty
So I'm not going to play The Great Circle, but you know what I can do? I'm not going to play this crappy game. I know I'm not, because it's like a one and done linear single player game. It doesn't have RPG in it. It's not going to be really what I want, right? But I do get to watch the entire story. What I can do, Indiana Jones Great Circle movie, right? I can type in movie. All cutscenes from the full game movie, 4K. This is like watching a Hollywood movie that's 5.5 hours long that I don't have to play because the game itself sucks dick. It's like more basic than World of Warcraft. I don't want to play the game itself. I just want to know what they did for the Indiana Jones lore. So like I can cheat. This is not against DMCA. I can absolutely watch the entire fucking game, no problem if I want. I'm going to. I don't want to buy that game. I don't like what they're doing to Indy. Indy's close to the cuff, and I don't like what you're doing to Indy. You should have made it Young Indiana Jones. That would have made a lot more sense. Young Indiana Jones was created so that you guys that drive fucking IPs into the fucking ground didn't sully Indiana Jones. And trust me, Indiana Jones has a lot of writers. There's like probably 200 of them or something like that. Indiana Jones has had a lot of novel writers, a lot of screenplay writers, a lot of fucking directors, a lot of everything. So there's a lot of people that have made up the Indiana Jones universes. Some people have a vision of it that's good, and some people have a vision of it that's bad, kind of like Star Wars, right? So yeah, I didn't want your Great Circle game. To me, it's a Great Circle jerk, and I don't think I want you doing this to Indiana Jones. And typically in the Indiana Jones lore, and I'm a big Indiana Jones fan, always have been. You know, my favorite movie for 25 years or something was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. But then I grew up when I was a hipster douchebag, and I was about 26, and I began to realize how really bad and racist and kind of fucked up Indiana Jones kind of just is. It's a Tomb Raider who goes to other people's countries. It steals their cultural things to put in a museum. Right? But it's weird because Spielberg painted Indiana Jones as this like sympathetic figure, because even in the movie they have it be like this, it belongs in a museum, right? And they're all like righteous about it and all this stuff, but no, it belongs in the fucking country who made the idol. It shouldn't have ever left the jungle. When it does, it gets returned. Like might be 50, 60, 70 years later, but later on, like 60, 70 years later, the country sues whoever stole the idol and forces them to return it when in a time of peacetime, when there's no soldiers to like help the Indiana Jones Tomb Raider fucking, you know, idol stealing bullshit, right? And what it really is when you look at Indiana Jones is it's a white dude traipsing across the world, womanizing fairly well off, I think, sort of, but they don't really ever talk about it. They say they sort of illustrate that he came up in a lower to middle class town, kind of, in Indiana, but his affects and his intelligence and his background and his PhD suggests money. And so you have this rich white, I wouldn't say rich, but the fucking connotation is rich, though. Who has the money to jet set the world in planes with a bullwhip and enter temples and take fucking relics from the locals and shit? That sounds like a rich thief, you know? It sounds like more like Lupin the Third than it does Indiana Jones, you know? It sounds a little bit more like thievery than it does. Like, when you put it in that light, you begin to understand that he kind of is a grave robbing, conquistadorial white man who goes to other people's countries, enters their fucking sacred temples when they're not looking, and steals their most sacred relic and runs off with it while all the traps fire at him. And when you really think about that, that's actually, like, and this is why I actually like Indiana Jones. It's actually why I like him, is he's actually, like, the best thief or whatever. And it's kind of funny, and I think somebody who's lived a criminal lifestyle, who is a bad person like me, should relate to Indiana Jones. But everybody else who related to Indiana Jones seemed to think that he's a good person. But no, he's actually a really bad person. He goes flying on some plane that's sponsored by some rich man to go to steal some idol from some fucking temple, or find the Ark of the Covenant or whatever, so that essentially the professors and the Americans and the white people and the Nazis and all this can get control of the Ark of the Covenant instead of the public. And there's all these themes that if you really think about Indiana Jones, you're like, oh no, it's kind of like Thanksgiving. It sounds so good on the fucking, from the outside. It sounds like, oh, a holiday about giving thanks? Oh yeah, cool. But no, what Thanksgiving actually is the conquistadorial, and I am that bleeding left-wing liberal and shit. I'm woke, you can hear it. But I really don't think my government loves me anymore. I think my government wants to go over to other people's countries and steal their idols from their sacred temples. I know, because that's what all their media seems to depict. It's either Saving Private Ryan going over to some other country and fucking dropping bombs on them or whatever, or it's Indiana Jones and he's stealing fucking sacred relics from the plebs or whatever. It's just disgusting. Like, when you really think about how really bad it is. Now, when he fought the Nazis, I really thought that was a really good upside to it. He fights the Nazis all the time, but then you begin to realize that really only him and the Nazis are ever after anything. Only him and the Nazis are ever trying to steal the idols, because only people like Nazis and shithead thieves steal idols from temples. And it's weird that the whole world related to, they're related to the adventure side of Indy, jet setting across the world and drawing the lines across the map and seeing all the foreign countries and the cool cities and everything. Going to Abu Dhabi and seeing the spiders and all the other stuff. Look, this game ripped off a scene from one of the movies. It's kind of silly. But when you really think about it, no, it's conquistadorial American white man who's taking that British, like, PhD money and that old stuffy fucking, like, aristocrat money, to, the museum money, right? To go literally steal sacred relics from other people's cultures and shit. He's actually an incredibly dark fucking, I read all the books and everything. Indiana Jones is actually an incredibly dark character. He kills a lot of people. He steals a lot of idols. He always backs these like rich stuffy professors and stuff and brings them the idols, like he's like their personal fucking, he's like their personal fucking conquistadorial fucking fingerman or whatever. And so when you really look at it from, and I thought about it like this when I was a kid too. I was like, all he really does is steal relics from poor cultures who can't seem to fight him on the same level. Like, he has this bullwhip and this plane and these servants, and he usually has like a fucking, like, he's paying for a Sherpa, and he's like paying for charters to planes, and he's constantly battling the Nazis because they're always after stealing relics from people forcefully too. And it's weird because that was the correlation that they drew in the movies, is that he and the Nazis almost constantly go up against each other because he and the Nazis are always stealing relics from poor people. And when you understand this about one of your greatest heroes, you don't really look at the world the same way anymore. You're like, oh no, my greatest hero is an assassin named Fist Chivalry. My favorite video game story is Harry Dubois, which is the detective from fucking Disco Elysium, drunk crackhead fucking cop who's high on methamphetamine. No, I'm not high on methamphetamine, but I was for 13 years. And like, who's high on methamphetamine, who wants to sing karaoke. and talk about how fucked up the world is and how everything's Krasmazov now and how I like Krasmazov, but I would never sign up with the devil or whatever, you know? I love Disco Elysium. I should go play it right now. I fucking love Disco Elysium. That's a great game. Fuck yeah. Hey, look, it's like windy and raining. Beautiful. Yeah. And so, yeah. And now I'm like, I don't know, like I love Indy, but I mean, like, every time I cheer for Indy, I'm like, oh good, he's gonna steal the relic from those poor people again. Oh good, he's gonna jet set out of the country with some stolen relic on a plane that he chartered with that fancy money he's got from those museums that he steals the relics for. And you start to really think about how really bad this man is. I like shattering fucking like I like shattering people's initial conceptions of what something is. Because it's like, when you really think about it, like, goddamn, Indiana Jones was worse than Lara Croft, and Lara Croft was a B word. She would just go to people's temples and steal their shit. That was it. She was just this rich, privileged B word who would just, like, fly around the world. Just like him, she was the female version of, I mean, that's what Tomb Raider is. It's the video game version of Indiana Jones, but done female so they could show really big boobs because they knew that sex sells. And that's how we got Lara Croft. But Lara Croft is a fucking B word. One of the things that I find funny about Lara Croft, right, is who played Lara Croft in the movies. It was, you know, Gia. What's her fucking name? I can't think of her fucking name. You know, Gia. What's her fucking name? Who played Lara Croft? Kiss her brother, you know. You ever seen her kiss her brother? It's fucking sick. You know, who played Lara Croft? I mean, why are all these people here? Angelina Jolie, there we go. So, okay. So Angelina Jolie played Lara Croft, right? Now, Angelina knows better than to like Lara Croft. And so something that's kind of funny about the world, she's woke and definitely knows better than to actually like Lara Croft, because she's this shitty, tropey fucking female with huge tits that was built to garner to the fucking male-dominated video game culture. And this is what always happens to female idols, though. You know, it's unfortunate. It happens to Barbie even. It's stupid. So, but she knows better than to like Lara Croft. She absolutely does. With all the smug people that she hangs out with and all the leftists and all the people in Hollywood and all this stuff, right? Yeah, I guarantee it. She knows better than to actually appreciate Lara Croft. She's also an intelligent woman. And so she's going to look at it from the outside, which is what all of humanity does. But we tend to think that everybody loves Indiana Jones or whatever. But no, it's not so simple always. I guarantee it, Angelina Jolie will understand very well the conquistadorial nature of Lara Croft. She's this British, privileged, stuffy professor girl with her nose in the air, a little bit posh is the word they use for this over the pond. It's posh. She's a little bit posh. She's a posh bee. And she goes to fucking temples and she steals their fucking relics. Now, she's literally a Tomb Raider, and then at that point, you can tell the video game developer wasn't heartless like the Hollywood director is. The Hollywood director is heartless, but the video game developer is not heartless. Video game developer has morals and codes and ethics and stuff, and so the people at I believe that was, what was that? Was that Crystal Dynamics or something? I forget who made the original Tomb Raider games and stuff before Last Rites or last whatever it was called. You know, on the 360, but I believe it was Crystal Dynamics. I'm hoping I'm not butchering that. I'll pull it, but I just pulled a zombie. Hold on. Yeah, who made Tomb Raider? Was it Crystal Dynamics? I think it was Crystal Dynamics, wasn't it? I think. Maybe no. I'm getting this wrong. It's I like this company, but I can't think of who it is. Who is it? Is it Crystal Dynamics? No, it's not Crystal Dynamics. Tomb Raider is not Crystal Dynamics. Who made Tomb Raider game? That was Eidos. Eidos. I should have known better because I'm a really big Eidos fan. I really love their cop game, Urban Chaos, and I really loved Siphon Filter. Siphon Filter was a really big game for me. Siphon Filter made me a believer in shooters. If we didn't have Siphon Filter, I would have just called shooters shit, and I would have been like, I don't need shooters. I need RPGs. Right? But no, Logan from Siphon Filter made me believe in shooters. If I didn't have Logan from fucking Siphon Filter, I wouldn't have liked shooters. I thought Winback was garbage. I thought most of the shooters were garbage. I didn't like Halo. Not the biggest shooter guy. I thought Half-Life 1 was the best game ever made, and Half-Life 2, well, not best game ever made, but that'd be Disco Elysium. But Half-Life is in top 5, and Half-Life 2 is in the top 5. And those are my favorite shooters, and I've beaten them like 100 times each or something, and I've beaten them on other consoles and shit like that too. But I wouldn't say that I like shooters very much. It's kind of funny. I play a lot of shooters, but I wouldn't really say that I like them that much. I genuinely like Fortnite because it's as violent as Fortnite is and as negative as the message is. And I do believe in the fact that the kids buy these games and we need them to be, influenced correctly. As violent as Fortnite is, it's still relentlessly fucking humorous and cheerful and bright. There is almost no sad things in Fortnite. There's no death. You're just knocked and you're eliminated off the island, like that movie, Battle Royale. But it's cold and it's hard and it's extraction and kids can relate to it because it's a reality thing. You either get out or you don't. Kids can relate to it like they can to chess or it's not a hard thing. Fortnite is survive to be the last one. It's kind of like a game of tag. It's not much more difficult than tag. It's like a game of freeze tag. You survive to be the last guy and not be it, and you win the game. If you're the guy who gets away and you're not it, if you're not it, then, it's like a game of tag. That's like Fortnite, right? If you're the last guy and you don't die, then you win. And so it has a simplicity to it, like freeze tag, that makes it really fucking good. And so I believe in Fortnite because it's relentlessly fucking cheerful, but most of these other shooters are so relentlessly fucking not cheerful that I can't support their fucking pushes even. Let's go look at Angelina Jolie kiss her brother. And now maybe this might be weird to show. I guess it is incest, so I guess I can't show it on my channel. Never mind. But yeah, go Google Angelina Jolie French kissing her own brother. And you understand that most of the fucking celebrities that you think you know aren't the people that you think they are. Lara Croft definitely Frenched her goddamn fucking like full-blown paternal brother on camera and was proud of it. And I don't really stomach that well. I understand that she's like foreign and affectionate or whatever, but I just don't really see Frenching your brother. I don't know. That seems like incest. And remember, whenever there's incest, there's some terrible... Some people probably shrug off incest. They're like, oh, everybody talks about incest all the time, and stepdad porn happens all the time, and all the stepmother porn and all this shit, right? But like, no. Remember, it is rape, and there's always a fucking victim, and it's never fucking good. So if there was incest there, then there's been a victim there, and it's very, very bad, and it's probably Angelina Jolie. And so, and it sucks, and it's never good. It's not good. It's probably really ruined her, kind of, So I'm down on Angelina Jolie, not because she kissed her brother, but because she inevitably... you remember The Wizard of Oz? I don't like this fucking reference, but, do you remember The Wizard of Oz when they finally uncurtain who's behind the curtain, right? She kind of pulled back the curtain for Hollywood for me, so I just don't like her by rote, I don't like anything she's ever done except Gia, which was the only work I think she ever actually tried to do any work in. The rest of it was just her showing off her body. But I mean, like, but for acting wise, she had a couple of good films. Yeah, actually, she did have some good films. Yeah, but like, I didn't like the stuff that they liked her for. I didn't like Agent Smith or any of that bullshit. I didn't like a lot of the stuff that she did. I was very surprised to how much I disliked the Tomb Raider movies. They were fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. I mean, I don't know what I expect from a summer blockbuster action movie. But I mean, I don't think they were redeemable even. Why take a video game character that has such a stellar reputation and ruin it somewhere else? It seems fucking weird. I believe Todd had a serious issue with how Amazon handled Bethesda's depiction of Fallout, and he like sat on the set the entire time they were like filming the show, I believe is the story that I heard, or most of the time anyways, and he just watched them film the show, and he told them when it was something that Bethesda could stomach and when it was something that Bethesda couldn't stomach. And it was insane. Like, that's how, and that's what's required. Like, they take these video game franchises and they ruin them. They make films about them, so then the kids dislike the fucking franchise and they don't play the games. That's what happened with the Borderlands movie. That's what I feel like. I think Super Mario Brothers did well, but I'm not really sure why Super Mario Brothers did well. I mean, kids, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to sell. It's going to sell. Kids need entertainment. So, hey, it's Super Mario Brothers, whatever. I'm not a hater. But, I mean, I just don't see. Who did they get for Super Mario Brothers? Wasn't it fucking Chris Pratt or something? I mean, Chris Pratt can't act his way out of a fucking nutsack. I know, because I've watched fucking Parks and Rec like 15 fucking times all the way through. I watched The Office like 50 times, and I've watched Parks and Rec like 15 times or something. Parks and Rec is like my little baby Office. Cause I don't know if you guys have ever seen Parks and Rec, but it is The Office. It's the exact same producer, exact same director, exact same writers. It's just a different cast. That's it. It's the only difference. The Office and Parks and Rec are the exact same show, just one had a male star, the other one had a female star. That's it. That's the only difference. They're pretty much the exact same show, same writing, same everything. I love Parks and Rec, and I've seen it more times than I care to admit, at least 15 times all the way through. I used to, Parks and Rec has this thing that I talked about just recently now about Fortnite being relentlessly cheerful, and that's what I need from a game, kind of. Like, not need from it, but it's what I need from a shooter. I need the shooter to be relentlessly cheerful, because the subject content is always so dark that it bums me the fuck out. I don't particularly like shooters because you're always leaving bodies on the fucking floor, like some kind of a bad metal song. I hated that song, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. I like good metal, like fucking Veil of Maya and shit like that, Underoath and fucking, System and Slipknot and shit like this. I don't like bad metal like fucking Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. That's just like fucking shitty shit that's on the radio, And like every time I see some shitty action movie, like my parents wanted me to go see the new, what was it? The new Jason Bourne last year, I think it was, for Mother's Day. And while the movie was good, I was like, I don't think this movie needed to be made. It was such a weird response to it. At the end of it, I was like, I think it's a good movie, but I don't think it needed to be made. Or was it Jason Bourne? Yeah, it was. It was the last Bourne film or whatever it was. It was the one that Matt Damon did. And like, it was weird. It was just weird. It wasn't good. I don't feel that the movie needed to be made. And that's the problem. I don't feel that Super Mario Brothers needed to be fucking made. I'm going to go check here in a second. I think I forgot to check something else that I was supposed to look at too, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, Eidos, right? Yeah, it is Eidos, yeah. But why did Chris Pratt lands Super Mario Brothers? There's so many other better people for that. Yeah, the 2023 film. Who starred in this? Is it Chris fucking Pratt? No, this is the 1993 one. I want the This was a stinker too. There we go. The Super Mario Brothers movie. Chris fucking Pratt. I am sorry, but I am a goddamn better actor than Chris Pratt. This man cannot emote his way out of a fucking nutsack, and I don't care if it hurts his fucking feelings. He fucking marred Parks and Rec for me. He was good the first couple of seasons when he was doing stuff like playing the guitar and stuff. But by the time they just had him doing like Johnny Karate and trying to be Chris Pratt, they realized that they had a film star on their hands like Steve Carell and shit. He became a worthless part of that show to me, kind of. I really liked the Johnny Karate like storyline, because it was positive, it was wonderful, and it was like karate and fighting and friendship, it was cool. But it was also shitty. It wasn't really Parks and Rec. It kind of came out of left field, Parks and Rec had to get experimental towards the end to even stay alive. Like, they were doing stuff like they literally did, the last season is like 10 years in the future and everybody's married. They just went from season 6 to like which was just normal Parks and Rec for 6 seasons of just them running a government office, right? It was a really good show about running a government office and what it really means. And then the 7th season, it was like nobody was working in the office anymore. They were all like these shitty like entrepreneurs who were hanging out with rich people and sold out. They were living 10 years in the future, so everybody was married and had kids, and everybody was successful. And while it was an interesting experiment for Parks and Rec, and I don't mind that they did it, Chris Pratt fucking ruined the season. And I hold him accountable for it, and I guarantee he fucking stank up Super Mario Brothers too. I doubt he did the emoting right. I doubt he got the woohoo stuff really well, you know. I doubt he really got it, you know. I really doubt it. I really doubt he was raised by Mario. You know, I doubt it. Now, I don't know who can voice Mario. How about... Oh, no, what's that? Oh, nice. Ugh. Die. Yeah, stab. I can't move. I can't move. I can't reach him and I can't move. Why can't I move? I need you to let me move. Oh, I'm overloaded. Okay. I didn't think I should have been, but okay. I have to pee, and I've got to go do that, but I don't want to. Look, I've sat here for hours and nobody's bothered me, and I really like that. This game didn't used to be like that. It used to be like everybody was bad and everybody was a scrub. So they would all hang out in the fucking graveyard and just stomp your ass repeatedly. I know because I did it a lot myself. But look, I've sat here for hours with no fucking problem, nothing. And this game is changing and becoming a much, much better game because the community is getting better at being players. Like, literally, like, as the years go by, these fucking assholes who have no idea how to conduct themselves in a real way, in any way or form, in a real society or anything like this. Autistic shitheads like me who just have no fucking clue. Well, I do have a clue. I was a lead singer. I mean, I was, like, the social butterfly. My house was the flop house. I ran the social circle in Denver. You know what I'm saying? Like I ran it, you know? With my best friend. And like, you know, now I'm a loser and I can relate to these people a little bit better and stuff, but I still didn't live the life like them. And it's weird because I just view it as sort of like autistic. Their lack of social skills, and they're ganking you and like on the beach and all their stupid shit that they do, and their lack of refinement. Their lack of refinement makes them tough, rough, not tough, you know? They're not tough, they're rough. They're not really tough, hardcore people like me. They're just acting like it. When it comes down to it, I slaughter them. It's weird. Like, I don't know. It like so like one of the things that they did for years, for like 20 years, like okay, Mortal is 20 years old. People don't think it is, but it is. Mortal has been around as long as World of Warcraft has been around. It's been around a long fucking time, since like 2004 or something like that. I love Mortal. I loved it the day I played it, and I love it now. And like, there was times when I struggled with it because I was like, oh, they're mismanaging it, but that has changed. And one of the things that's changing is after about 25 fucking years, and that's how long it's been too. Mortal 1 had 20 years, and this game has had about 3.5, something. And like, yeah, it's been about 24 years of Mortal and shit. And I've been there for all of it. I played Mortal, not closed beta, but like the first month that it came out, because it was, you know, it was like a new MMO. I played it. I was like, is it better than WoW? And it wasn't. But like, but it is now. I think it is now, or I wouldn't be playing it. And I love Mortal Mage. I didn't think I would like it this much, but I do. It's lazy. It's fucking fun. It's lazy and fun, and it's gruesome, and it's fun, and it's really pretty unfair to them. I just pretty much like 3-shot them. It's unfair to them, kind of. Like, they come with a real fight, but I just fucking cast some spells and end it. It's hilarious. I don't have to fight them. I just spam a button. Good shit. I love this fucking game. Watch. I say this now, but watch in 5 minutes when I'm dead from a gank, I'm going to be singing another tune. I better keep these health bars up, because I really feel like I'm kind of due for a gank now. I mean, I have been ganked here in the last week like twice, so I don't know. I think I'm kind of due. I want to go hide with the horse, because one thing that really helps is if you're not visible, you don't get ganked. So, you know, better to go find some corner where they really don't go, you know? They don't really come back here. They don't think about this place. I do. I think about this, how really powerful this little alley is, because they can't really see you. The grates really protect you. If you come to like the pillar and you get down on the ground, the grate protects you in a really strong way. Now the horse is not following me, but it's probably good that I can't see the horse really. He's on the outside of the fence now. I don't really understand how that happened. Oh yeah, you can turn off the UI. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's cool with the UI off. Who cares? I didn't even get hit. I didn't even get hit. This is so much stronger than my other class. It's funny. Like, just in terms of what it can do. It's not that it's good, better at combat, because it's just not. It can't tank at all. It's that it, like, if it's a single, it's way better for single target. It just owns single target. I mean, but that's what Magic does. It owns single target. It ends problems. Magic's great for ending problems, you know? You really do want to mage in a real D&D situation, absolutely. Okay, we're going to log now. Oh no, I need to buy more crystals while they're cheap. No, I need room. So I guess I do need to log. Okay, did I get on Eve? Yes, I did. Oh no, I went on the wrong account. Yeah, being like the quote on my Steam is not some attack towards a particular person. It is this parable. It's this message. I am the lowest totem pole on the fucking planet. Bums have a higher like estimation than I do. Women don't talk to me. I don't have any friends anymore. I don't have any money. I've got a piece of property and I have a home, thank God. But it's like the only blessing that I have. That's it. Besides my family, right? So so when you target if you need me to be your target, you are the worst, most least skilled bully ever born, because I am the lowest hanging fruit in the entire human lexicon, in the entire human history. Cro-Magnon man has more social esteem than I as a professional video gamer do. I'm the lowest rung on the society in the society, short of trankers on the streets. Those guys are treated worse because they steal and stuff like that. That's it. I don't steal, so I'm a little bit higher on the rung, but I mean, I'm right above a drunk crackhead bum in terms of social standing. So there's really no reason to attack me. It's like going down to the street and kicking a bum who's sleeping on the fucking. It's like that. It's like I'm a bum on the sidewalk. I don't have any more money than a bum, and it's like you come down and you kick me in the fucking ribs on the sidewalk, and yeah, I understand that's the whole thrill of it or whatever. I get why these people do it, but I mean, like, really, like, if you need me to be your target, there's better low hanging fruit that are gonna make you laugh and definitely want the attention from you. There's better low hanging fruit than me. Like, there really is. Like, there's really no reason to sock the worst toddler in the world. There's really not. I probably have the lowest viewership in the world. I mean, but who is still active and has like 30,000 hours clocked and hundreds of thousands of views and stuff. I have the lowest viewership in the world. Even I don't have esteem in the in the fucking streaming world. Even, you understand? So it's like anything that you would want to do as an attack or any bullying that you want to do, it's already been done. There's nothing you can do that I haven't done to myself. It sucks, but it's true. I mean, like, it sucks. It is loser talk, but I mean, it's true. There's nothing you can do to me that I haven't done to myself up in some fucking hotel room with some stripper or something. Trust me, it's like there's nothing that you can do to me that I haven't done to myself. I have destroyed my own stream so many times now, probably like 50,000 times now. I've destroyed my own stream willingly. Because that's just what I do. I'm on like an endless fucking loop of just destroying myself. That's what I do. It's the weird sickness that keeps the other people away from me. It keeps me from ever dating well, not ever dating. I've definitely dated a long time, but ever landing anybody, because they understand and see the chaos that is my personality and the lifestyle that I lead willingly, and they see how fucking anathema that is to whoever they are, and they just don't do it. And I don't blame them either. So, but that's the reality and stuff. So like, I don't need to be bullied. I have been the society's worst joke for 20, and I'm willing to say it too. I'm like, I don't even feel shame for it really. It's just the truth. I have been society's worst joke for 27 years. I don't need a bully. Trust me. I was thoroughly, completely ass-gaped by society. And completely torn asunder, had every last dollar stolen, every last friend scared away, every last love destroyed, every last place I've ever lived is burned. I mean, everything that I've ever known is completely destroyed except for my family and my home. That's it. That's the only thing that's left. And soon those will be gone too. And so it's just kind of crazy. Got nothing left. There's no need to bully me. Life has done that enough. It's like you are literally socking a bloody toddler on the beach. You don't need to trust me. It's weird. Like it's why I hate you so much and never give you quarter or respect ever or anything like that. Because I know anybody who comes sniffing around to kick the bums like this is the worst piece of shit Satan spawn that's ever walked the earth. Anybody who kicks the bums like this, they're the worst. Like they're not worse than me, but they're definitely like the worst that the society like produces. You know. If you need to be, it's like it's not by accident that I put that on my profile. If you need me to be your target, you are the world. You're the world's worst, most least skilled bully. I said it exactly how I meant it, like verbatim. I don't know how to say it other than exactly verbatim like that. There's no other statement that can, that can. I like these mobs because they used to look a lot better to me for some reason, but now they look like crappier. I don't know. But I like these mobs because they look really threatening when they come at you. They look sort of scary, like they could do some damage to you. I'm going to die because I don't have mana and I can't reach him. So dumb. Fuck. Get away. Get away. There's a fucking bug in here. Die, fucker. I have to pee. I have to pee. I have to go pee. Why would you die? Die, you. Alright, the horse is with me. Follow me back here. Stay here. Rest. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. Well, 49 heads worth 5 gold. Nice. Okay, it stacked up. Nice. This horse can carry 700, I guess. Did they improve that?
Manageable anyway. They managed to really nail that sort of tightrope of puzzles being either way too complicated or way too easy, which was very surprising to me. You can kind of choose what you want there. The fact that the gameplay is so, I would say, just dynamic, I guess, in terms of how you approach things, you know, going either full-on stealth or going in guns blazing or some combination of the two, using disguises. There's often many solutions to a given problem, in a way that really kind of felt like an immersive sim. And so, for all of those reasons, despite my own biases getting the better of me for sure and kind of writing this game off before I'd even fully played it, it surprised me in the best way, which is why, as far as full new game releases go, in 2024, this was absolutely my favorite. But obviously, that does not include every single game release that we saw, or game that I reviewed by far. So, in terms of that, if you're curious how those stack up, I will, as always, be doing my yearly ranking of every single game I reviewed, which is hardly fair given all the genres and everything, but that video is always really fun to make, so if you're curious how any of these games stack up against everything else I played, certainly subscribe and stick around. And while you're at it, maybe consider hitting like or leaving a comment, or if you absolutely hated everything about this, by all means, hit the dislike button. I get paid for that too. So with all of that said, truly, just thank you so much for watching. May you wander in wisdom, and have an amazing day.
He's getting happier. He was a darker guy years ago. I've been watching him for, I don't know, 4 years or something, and he was a darker guy 4 years ago. But he's getting happier, and that's good. I want to pull his review of Black Myth Wukong while I'm thinking of it, because I've not seen it, and I've not looked at a Black Myth Wukong. I assumed I probably wouldn't play it, but now I'm curious, because they keep saying it's really good. I tried the Best Forgotten Games. That might be really good too. I don't want to lose that one. I want to leave this here, and I want to come to this. Where's my actual stream? Oh, good. Okay, there we go. Hi, guys. I love you. Yeah, Digox. And yeah, that's a fun web search. That's going to get me on some list. There we go. So, Digitalis. Digitalis. Yeah, that's a good, beautiful plant. Foxglove. Drones are swarming military bases on U.S. soil. Here's what happened. No, I am trying to do Timothy Kane's Grind, but I also want to do. No, I'm looking for. Mortismo Black Myth.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for Black Myth Wukong, a third-person action-adventure based on Chinese mythology and the novel Journey to the West. Now, to get my usual stuff out of the way, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a link below to a video covering everything I go over, and my Steam profile is public and linked below as well. Now, specifically in regards to this game, it's important to mention that I did not get a review key for this, but even if I had, I definitely would not have hit the embargo or anything, as in a situation that was similar to what Elden Ring wound up being for me, I really had to compile information and work on figuring things out for myself in step with the community, really, though I did use a few guides as they were being put together to really puzzle some of this stuff out. With that in mind, at the time of this recording, those guides are almost complete, and by the time this video goes live, they might be very close, if not done. So I'm going to link to the two I relied on most heavily, while I was also trying to figure some of this stuff out just on my own. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and move on to the rest of this. So starting with an overview. As I mentioned, third-person action combat game. Now, I have seen a lot of people arguing about whether this is or is not a Souls-like, and let me tell you, as somebody who has reviewed hundreds of games, I think getting really specific about genre labels is typically a waste of time.
It's a waste of time.
But to me personally, I would say this game feels like somebody took some minor Souls mechanics and slap them into a God of War game.
Oh,
and
really?
As such, this game's pretty much entire focus is on combat and uncovering secrets to thus enable more combat, if anything. And if that's your thing, this game does that incredibly
I don't think that's
well.
my
But if
thing.
you don't enjoy that, realistically, this game has nothing to offer you, which is what I'm going to try to highlight over the course of this one. Now, in order to do that, there's almost certainly going to be what some people would consider minor spoilers in like the footage, mostly of like boss fights and stuff, because it's hard to explain something in a game with so many boss fights without, you know, referencing them. And then the story section, there's a couple of specific things I want to mention that might be considered spoilers as well. So use that information at your own discretion to decide what you want to watch. But first, let's talk about the technical state of this one before we get into everything else. And for the most part, I would say this game ran pretty well. Now, obviously, this game is gorgeous, especially maxed out on PC. However, there are still a couple things to mention. There is a common enough problem with the game crashing during shader compilation caused by 13th and 14th Intel CPUs, which is an ongoing problem with those CPUs specifically.
It looks
Not
like it's got to
necessarily
get
the
it from
game's fault.
somewhere.
If you've been following Intel news at all, you very well may know about this already, but it's a whole thing. There's a helpful solution of just sort of undervolting your CPU a little bit in those cases, which will typically help. But if you are uncomfortable doing that, the game does seem to sort itself out after like 1 to 2 crashes when it is compiling those shaders. Now, outside of shader compilation, I still actually had some issues with the occasional bit of stuttering, which is common in Unreal Engine games for sure, but otherwise the rest of it ran very smoothly for me. But do be aware, you may run into some minor issues, but for the most part, this game seems to be running well. Now, a specific note on PC in particular, though, mostly for people like myself who insist on playing games like this with keyboard and mouse, which I acknowledge is a small percentage, you cannot fully rebind the keys. And I think that's a shame because I think for the most part...
I'm not buying this game. I don't need to listen anymore. You can't rebind the keys. Yeah, you can suck a dick, POSD. I'm not buying your game even for $5. You don't let me rebind on keyboard mouse. You can suck a dick, worthless POSD. I don't care if you're new and awesome and your game's good. You don't let me rebind the keys, I'm gone. I ignore your game. I'm done with you. Bye. I have never heard that before. That's a new one. You can't rebind the keys. Yeah, that in Black Myth Wukong. Then no thanks. Then no thanks. I'm terribly sorry, but no thanks. I'll just pass, and that's a hard pass. Easy hard pass. I really was surprised by what I just heard there, and we'll move on to something else. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
Hi, everybody. It's me, Tim.
You can't rebind the
Today I
keys?
wanna talk about grind.
You're dumb.
Specifically, Raul.
You guys can't design video games. Look at Elden Ring and its fucking terrible controls. Like what happened to you guys? You can't design video games anymore. You're stuck on 2004 and you have controls from 2004. That's like choose from A, choose from B, choose from C if you're lucky, or we may just not let you choose at all. And that's just insane. What do you mean no? I can't remember the last time a PC game had the balls to not let you rebind the keys. That seems bad.
Asked about
the kind of bad that I don't want to spend $5 on.
Fact, he even said, I thought you had done one. I looked at a lot of your videos. I couldn't see it. I thought I had done one too. And I think what's happening is I've done so many videos.
Thank you, Timothy Kane. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Buried in some video I have that's on a completely different
You can't
topic,
rebind fucking Black Myth key. I can't believe you can't re-keybind on Black Myth Wukong. I mean, what's the fucking point? I mean, what's the point? What are the chances that the developer's idea of what the perfect controls are acceptable to pretty much anybody? What are the chances? Probably about 1. They're about a 1 in 1 chance. I would say it's about a 1 in 1 chance that developer's idea of what good keybinds are what anybody else likes, which is insane. I swear to God, I've never met a gamer who did not re-keybind. Or at least MMO players, anyways, definitely re-keybind. I don't know. Like, I've never heard of not being able to keybind before. That seems like a new form of industry theft that I just don't even want to fucking like. The minute that I heard it, I was like, hex, stay away. Fuck your company. Fuck your evil. I will not buy you. I will not pay $5 to save you or say that you're good. No. If you don't let me rebind your fucking keys, you're not a video game. You're a fucking Nazi. I mean, what if you're a quadriplegic player or something? What if you're paraplegic? What if you're fucking you have accessibility issues? I mean, seriously, what if you like? Well, I mean, I just can't imagine not being able to keybind is like that's a hard nope. That's a I don't care who you are. It could be. I mean, I don't like any of these companies anymore. I can't think of any company that actually hold in good esteem anymore. Not even from software. I can't. Nope, not even CCP really, because they're NetEase now. I like NetEase, and I think it was really good that NetEase bought CCP, but they're not CCP anymore. They're NetEase. So I worry all the time about supporting CCP because I'm like, oh no, am I supporting CCP or am I supporting NetEase? I think NetEase is the publisher and CCP is the developer. So I think I support CCP still. So CCP is by default my favorite developer, but I don't even value them enough. If they were to remove their keybinds, I'd be like, I'm not ever touching your products ever again. Keybinds are a necessity. What made you think you could reinvent that fucking wheel, POSD? You know what I mean by POSD? Like, what made you think that you could just reinvent that wheel? I mean, it's keybinds. It's a PC game, isn't it? When you thought that you would come to the PC Master Race and do well there too, outside of your little Souls-like console fucking initial crowd base that you're trying to reach, and you're like, oh, maybe we can sell on PC too. When you went to go sell on PC too, you should have fucking added keybinds.
A minute and talk about grind, but I haven't actually done a video on grind. So let's do it. First, I'm going to define it because I've learned I need to define my terms clearly. Then I'm going to talk about how it's different for different people and why it even exists and if you can make a game without it. So let's get to it. First of all, what is grind? Well,
what is grind to me? Grind is something that allows you to turn off your brain and mindlessly do something while you just experience a flow state. I call it the flow dance is the word I use for this. It's not a real word, but it's like the word that I use for it because there's no real word for this. I call it the flow dance. But the grind puts you in a flow dance state where you don't have to think, you don't have to reason, you can just enjoy it and let it happen to you. And maybe not enjoy it, maybe you're kind of annoyed that you have to do it, but sometimes, but like overall you can just kind of get immersed in it and you don't have to think. My definition of grind is you don't have to think. I seek it in everything that I do. I don't want to think. Please think for me. I can't bear to. That's Scott Weiland off of the Core album, I believe. At the end of the Core album, he did a secret track where he just fucks out on heroin for like 10 minutes or whatever. It does a secret track, and he's like, hey everybody, where did Mary go? Where did Mary go? Where's my only cigarette? Please think for me, I can't bear to. Where did you guys go? That's like literally the lyrics of the song. And so I think of it all the time. I think of the grind as please think for me, I can't bear to. Be a developer. Spin up a player piano situation here for me where I can just do combat and not have to think for a little while. That's the grind. And honestly, if I could, I would get the grind all the time and I would just remove the fucking talking, remove the fucking lore, remove the story, and just like do the grind. But they don't make good combat. They don't really make good combat. I can't. New World has good combat. I can't think of any other game that does. New World, Fortnite, Overwatch, Rust. This game has good combat if you're melee, but it's not really that amazing. It's not like Right Home to Mom combat. It's serviceable, old-style retro combat. The melee system is deep. It's like incredibly deep, but it's still a melee system. It's just you blocking that hit. I mean, it's not really this end-all, be-all flow dance thing where you're like dancing circles around each other and you're like kicking them in the shin or something crazy. It's not technical combat like that. It's not Sifu. It's like directional base combat. It's fairly simple. If they swing right, block right. Swing left, block left. Swing up, block up. Swing down, block down. That's it. It's not that complicated. And so, I mean, while it has really good combat that I'm fucking addicted to, I'm addicted to Mortal Kombat. If you compare it to other games, I'm not sure the combat's that good. You know? I don't know. I've always sort of wondered about Mortal Kombat for how simple it is. It's still really, it was always engaging to me the day I ever first played it, way back at like 2004 or something like that. Like a long time ago, 20 years ago, I played Mortal 1, and there's really no difference between Mortal 1 day 1 and Mortal 2 right now, except for graphics. That's it. It's the exact same game. It's almost like I don't really see a difference. Everything that was there day 1 Mortal, when I played it like the month it came out, is still here today. It's even this graveyard was here. I mean, it looks a lot better because it's in a much better engine that is smoother, UE5. But the principles of the combat are the exact same as Mortal 1 Day 1 2004. So the combat is from 2004. It's not evolved combat. It's not evolved melee combat. Like, honestly, I think some of these weird survival games such as Nightingale or Last Oasis or even Duckside have fairly good fucking, like, the games that I bought recently have fairly good combat systems that are modern, but they're just not polished. The difference is this engine in this combat has been polished for like 22 years, and when there's a problem, he writes it out of it. And so it is a really refined combat system that is sort of technical. If you don't block, you just die. So, you know, you have to block. But blocking, it means you're not doing damage to them. So, and it's an interesting system. It is compelling to me still. But I don't know if you could call this amazing melee combat. I don't know if you really could. Not even compared to something like New World. Not at all. New World's melee combat is fucking superior to this in every single fucking way. It has about 10 times the pace. It has 10 times the frames. It has, like, you know, it's responsive, it's spinny, it's dodgy, it's like a really good Fortnite feel to it. But this game is not like that. This game plays like... I don't think any other game plays like this game. There's no clunky game like this, really. I think it's in its own genre. It's clunky, directional-based combat. There's a bunch of games that have been like this, like Chivalry, Mordau, Gloria Victis. I own or have owned or do own on another console all of these games that I've mentioned and played them, except for Mordau. I've not played Mordau. I forgot about that. But I own all the other ones, and I've definitely played them, and I like them. But I don't think of their combat being as good as this, and I don't think of this combat being as good as New World, which is weird, you know. So technically, I should be playing New World, but the difference is this this content's still sort of new to me because I'm only like 500 hours into this game. New World, I have some ungodly number now. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's like 1,800 hours or something like that. Hours don't matter, but I mean, like, 1,800 hours is a long time on New World. It's like I know most of the content. There's not much that I don't know about New World. Honestly, I'm the guy on Lilith, or well, I was on Lilith, but now I'm on whatever the other one's called. I don't even remember the fucking name anymore. They've transferred me so many times. But I am pretty much the help desk on my New World server. If somebody asks a question, I'm the only one that answers. If I'm on and I see them ask a question that I know the answer to, I just answer them because I know that those kids don't know. They don't have 1,800 hours like me. They don't know. They need it. They need the information they're asking for. They wouldn't embarrass themselves by asking in the chat. So I just answer them and stuff. And that's weird. Like, you know, so like at that point, if you're help desk answering, like for instance, like on EVE Online, I've been playing EVE so long now that I can step in for the ISD. The ISD is the interstellar I don't remember, interstellar something or another. I don't remember what the full phrase means, but it's the admin in the rookie chat, and I can show you the rookie chat here, but I forgot that I'm not logged into my main here, so let me get on my main. Ooh, up to $60 in extra value from the Winter Festival pack, but I'm not gonna give EVE money until they upgrade this combat system. They've been upgrading way too much more shit. I like the faction warfare changes, but I don't like anything else that they've spent their time on, especially Vanguard. I want them to fix the combat system, and I can tell you what I want. One of these games, and I'm not sure which one it is, but I think like it's gonna be on Seth Green. How I'm gonna find it is gonna be like on Seth Greensauce's channel. But one of these games makes space combat really look pretty fucking cool because there's all these missiles coming in and stuff going on. And I want EVE Online's combat to look like that, where it's still the same old combat from 2002, where you press the F1 key and your ship fires its weapons, you know, and you worry about your velocity and your relationship to your target and whether you're aimed at it and that kind of thing, right? But I mean, really, what I really want from the game is this cinematic combat experience that looks like two spaceships are beating the shit out of each other cinematically. Then it doesn't have to look like it's what's happening in the game even. It just needs to look like a fucking really cool space battle is actually going on. And they need to make the drones look like they're firing faster, and they need to make them look like they're spinning around faster, and it should look like when combat plays out in a, like, the combat in EVE shouldn't be like you press F1 and you see a stream of fire come from your ship and hit the other target and what you see its health bar go down slowly. It should look more like a movie. It should look like the combat in Battlestar Galactica, the television show. It should look like Viper combat in Battlestar Galactica, but it doesn't, because they keep adding Astra Hosses and they keep adding moon drills and they keep doing feature creep and they added Poshvon, which I have no complaint with at all. I'm glad they did Poshvon. I'm glad they did the Abyss. I'm glad they did a bunch of things that they did, like the faction warfare changes, because I profit from all of those things, understand? But there's still a lot of stuff that really needs to be fixed. Like, the combat is fucking visually fucking boring. It's visually boring unless you feel like you're being overwhelmed and losing this situation. It's visually boring. And that needs to be fixed now. And the other thing that I want from CCP is ship interiors. Now, we've had some management from CCP and EVE Online with ship interiors, because in 2012, it was 2014. In 2014, and I shit you not, this was like 10 years ago, Eve did inside stations. They gave us avatars that you can walk around as inside the station. They gave us inside stations 10 years ago. Think of this like what Starfield did with they call it ship interiors. EVE Online provided that 10 years before Starfield ever even launched, right? CCP sets the industry. Everything that they do, like from the way that they charge their monthlies, to the way that they give stuff away, to their like season pass stuff, like to everything they do is just universally stolen by the rest of the industry. And so CCP is my favorite company because they set the standard for every other MMORPG company out there, which is like weird because they're the least successful one. But they're not the least most successful one. They're the most successful one. It just sort of depends on what your success demographics are. If success means retention, then EVE Online is the most successful MMORPG in history. They keep their pilots, right? Well, they don't. They lost a third of their population, but that's the lowest that any MMO has ever lost. No MMO keeps 2/3 of their population for 24 years. That's just doesn't happen. That's what CCP managed to do by just asking the community what they wanted. OSRS has done it too. Like they ask the community what they want and they just give it to them. And that's a simple equation, and it works too. It fucking really works. So now I'm telling CCP what I want, which is I would play a lot more EVE and I would spend a lot more money if you made the combat fucking interesting. It's not interesting, and I don't need it to be like me pressing a lot of buttons or flying around in circles or being all technical or being like, oh no, I'm dying or anything like that. I don't need it to be combat that's much better than auto swing combat in Final Fantasy XI or old school RuneScape. You know, like FFXI and old school RuneScape and EVE Online are the best games ever made because they have auto swing combat that you can just keep doing while you're eating a sandwich, you know? It makes them the best games. So, like, you know, I think of EVE Online as the best game. And so now I want them to make that fucking boring-ass combat fucking more interesting to look at because it's not fun to watch. I constantly zoom in on it, and I'll like, focus on a drone, and I'll be like, oh, it's so cool that in this RTS MMO, I can just focus on the drone for 4 hours and only see what the drone does. I don't have to watch my own ship or anything like that. I can just watch the drone like an RTS for 4 fucking hours. And I often do that when I'm grinding level 4s. I'll just watch my drones through their point of view because it's a lot cooler seeing what they're doing than it is watching my ship float in space while I wait for things to die. And so now I need the combat to look like a fucking sci-fi movie. that might seem kind of like a tall order. But I mean, when you look at something like Star Citizen's graphics, when it's actually out in the universe and not in the fucking stations and stuff, you begin to understand that it's not that high of a tall of an order, though. It's not that tall of an order to provide more cinematic combat for this boring ass RTS. RTSs need good cinematic combat. What RTS has the best cinematic combat, right? Like, for instance, it's incredibly interesting to watch massive battle in Mountain Blade Warband. So now we'll go take a look at an example of this. Like there's this point in Mountain Blade Warband, and it happens in Kenshi too. Shout out to Glorbus for talking about Kenshi, right? Because Kenshi gets this too. You can get like 100 followers, I think, in Kenshi or more, and then eventually you don't have to fight. You just sick your 100 dudes, kind of like this game Bellwright, and you can just sit back with a fucking blunt and a brew for like 20 minutes and just watch your dudes fight the battle. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to get into Mountain Blade more than I did, but Mountain Blade is still too much of a single player game. It's unfortunate, but like massive Mountain Blade battles, massive Mountain Blade, huge Mountain Blade 2 battle, right? Yeah, this is what a realm, the largest field battle I played. So at this point, you don't even have to get off the horse. You don't have to kill anybody. If your army's bigger, you're probably gonna win, right? So at this point, you can just sit back like a fat fucking general in your video game fiefdom, and you can just watch your men fight, which in my opinion is pretty much every real MMO gamer's real dream, is to sit back and watch a huge fucking force fight for you while you lazily collect loot and decide if there's any micromanagement that needs to be done. That's kind of the nerd's dream. This game kind of does supply it, but it does require things from you as well.
Infantry! Forward! Archers! Stand apart!
This is cool. I mean, it is cool. They come straight for him. That's fucked up. No, they're going for the back line. Why would they go for the back line? That seems like really weird AI, because isn't the problem here? Look how fucking deep this game gets.
Infantry! Together! Infantry! Boom! Archers! Forward! Go! Infantry! Forward! Move! Move! Look that way!
Ah, I hate that. Anyways, so yeah, that's a massive battle in that game, and I honestly, I think that's sort of the future. I think that's what these nerds want, and I think that's what they're gonna get too. That's what Bellwright is, and that's what, I mean, the future is AI doing a lot of menial tasks for you, I think, which is interesting. And, you know, I don't know what's good and what's bad, but I know that that's the future. It's kind of weird, those huge battles.
At the highest level, you can think of grind as anything in a game that you do over and over and over and over to achieve some goal in the game.
See, that to me is the average definition of grind. To me, it's mindlessness.
Maybe it's to get material for crafting, whatever. If you have to do it over and over and over and over and over again, a lot of people call that grind. I'll give you a perfect example of grind. The first time I remember seriously having encountered grind when I was playing EverQuest back in the late 90s. They had a lot of trash mobs, and they also had mobs because once you got over a certain level above a mob, it would often stop being kill on sight to you, and it became a trash mob. So what was a great mob for a level 1 or 2 character to take on when you were level 30, they were trash. You could throw one AoE spell and blow them all away. Well, here's the interesting thing. Necromancers, to summon their pets, needed bones. And bones dropped off high-level skeletons just as frequently as they dropped off low-level skeletons. So the easiest thing for you to do as a necromancer was go to some level 1 zone and kill all the skeletons in it. Because then they drop their bones and you could get them. Now, it was faster to do that yourself. Just run in there, AoE, a bunch of skeletons, loot their bones, take off. The nice thing to do, however, would be to yell out, hey, I will pay a platinum for a stack of 20 bones, and let all the first and second level characters run around, get those bones, which weren't marked no drop. Then they could come over, they could give you the bones, which you really wanted, and you could give them a plat, which they really want, which to you at like level 20 or 30 is, I got
it's nothing. Yeah.
They don't.
They don't.
Everybody wins. Didn't always happen, but I just remember that being a source of grind, because even when you're level 30 and 40, when it's absolutely not a problem for you to get bones, your pets at that level still needed bones to be summoned. I always thought that maybe they should drop it after about level 15 or 20. Like, you now have, because they give you new spells for higher level skeletons and just say they don't need bones. But they didn't do that. From this description, though, you can see that grind is different for different people.
Yep.
One person's grind is another person's fun. An example of that is when you're farming things, when you're farming materials, or you're farming.
I love farming. I'm such a farmer.
Types. Either you're looking for drops.
There's a 2-man, and I don't like that, so I'm going to mount up here and leave.
Some people thought farming was fun, and other people hated it. I knew people in EverQuest who loved to sit on spawn points.
I'm kind of
wait for things
rich.
to spawn, kill them. They would just sit there and they'd chat with their friends. You know, they'd sometimes do it in a group. They'd chat with their friends. The mob would spawn. They'd kill it. They'd collect the loot, and then they'd sit down and talk some more. One of my friends called EverQuest a chat room with orcs.
It's a chat room. It's a game with a neat chat. It's a chat line with a neat game attached.
They hate it so much. There are so many diatribes on grind. Go to any game forum board. Go to Reddit. Go wherever you want. People are like, grind is stupid. I hate grind. Grind is boring. But then you have people weigh in and go, I love grind. It's fun. It's relaxing. It gives me a feeling of accomplishment.
Yep.
Another friend of mine thought grind in some games. We were talking about grind, and he thought, well, that's just arcade play. You know, it's an RPG, but at this point, it becomes an arcade-like game. You're like, you know, you're going in, you boom, 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 see how many of these you can kill, see how many things you can get in one fireball, see how many things you can get with one grenade. It's just an arcade style of game. And I'm like, okay. And then one last thing about why it differs. Sometimes it depends on the game. You can have two procedures that if I described it to you would sound like grind, where you have to go in and kill a lot of creatures. You have to clear an area. In a really great game, people are like, that was one of the most fun parts, is when you had to kill off that goblin army. Another ones will go, that's horrible. It's, you know, in a different game, they go, oh my god, I can't believe I had to kill so many goblins. And this is what I mean by that. That can be the same person in different games making a complaint about something they liked in another game.
Everybody's subjective.
Great game will sometimes get excused for the elements in it which in any other game would be considered grind. So that's another reason why grind is hard to define, because even your definition may not apply for you to a particular game because you like that game.
Yep.
So let's talk about why grind even exists. There are a few good reasons for grind to exist.
Got to pay the cost
grind
to get
promotes
something.
Exploration.
Yep.
If you need to harvest a certain material, like something berries off a tree or from a node, and those harvest materials spawn in different points throughout a zone at random, this gives you a reason to explore. Because especially if once they spawn somewhere, until it's harvested, it won't respawn anywhere else, you have to run around the zone and look for these things. This is a great way of getting players to look around a zone that otherwise wouldn't. They just stick to the roads, they'd stick to where their quest markers were. Grind is also great because it's an always available method to get just that little bit of money or XP or reputation when you're close to a boundary and you don't want to go off and do a whole new dungeon, don't want to start a whole new quest line. You can just run out, kill a few things, you got the money, you got the XP, you got the rep that you needed, boom, done. That's why people like respawnable areas. And they don't consider it grind, but it is. And then the last good reason I could think of for why grind exists is it's, especially in multiplayer online games, it's something to do when you're waiting for your friends to log in. You might pick a spot to wait, and you see a field nearby and zombies keep respawning in it, and you just keep plucking them off. It's just fun. It's something fun to do. Maybe you're making a sliver of XP. It's just something fun to do while you're waiting for your friends. However, I will admit there are a lot of bad reasons grind exists. Probably the most common reason grinds in games is it's so easy to make. You have a spawn point, it spawns some kind of monster, you just put it on schedule, so every 20 minutes it checks, and if the monsters are dead, it respawns new ones. Boom. Trivial.
That was 10 gold and bone tissue.
Longer.
It was 12
while
gold.
You're playing a game, you have to grind your way through some areas that don't seem that fun and are just full of trash mobs.
Wow.
I remember the word trash mob.
Those zombies actually really pay.
That just makes the game feel longer. It makes the game longer. And for a lot of people, that is the first thing they ask about a game. How long is it? They don't ask what the quality level is. They don't ask how long is it. And if it's under like 20 hours or 15 hours, well, that's bad. So guess what? Those people who primarily decide to buy a game based on its length are encouraging game developers to add grind, just to get their length numbers up.
I have what you're looking for.
And then finally, grind keeps people playing. It's a psychological ploy to keep you either in the game playing, because there's still more things to kill, or to make you come back. Because you're like, oh, I never got that, magic stone that thing drops. I'm going to go, my friends aren't on tonight. I'm going to go camp that spawn point to see if I can get that magic stone. Hey, made you come back to the game.
Wait,
which leads me to my third thing. Can you design a game that has no grind? Yes. Yes, you can.
Cisco.
Just design your content that for any purpose. Somebody would want to do content, XP, crafting, money, whatever. Make sure that you never have any grind that is required, and make sure that there's non-grind content that provides everything they need. So if you have designed your XP curves for how they level up, make sure the quests that they do along the main story arc, with a few side quests here and there, give them all the XP they need, all the crafting materials they need, all the money they need. If you do that, no one has to grind. So now grind is avoidable. So if people complain about grind, you're like, you don't have to do it.
You don't have to
There's
do
nothing
that.
you needed from that field of zombies. However, I'm going to give you some caveats. People will invent grind even when you didn't intend for it to be grind.
Yep.
If you have a monster that spawns every 20 minutes, and it drops anything at all, some people will turn that into a farming opportunity and call it grind, even though it was not your intent. Your intent was just, hey, every night zombies spawn in this old cemetery. What? They drop jewelry? I'm going to grind it for money. Oh, they're worth 10 XP each? I'm going to grind it for XP. That was not your intention. Your intention was, you've been told the cemetery's haunted, so there are zombies there at night. It's a lore thing. You did not intend it to be grinding. Boom, it's grinding. Also, some people, once they master a skill or a behavior in the game or whatever it is they have to do, once they have it at the highest level, they will consider anything that requires them to use that a grind. So if you max out lock picking, if you get your lockpick skill up to the maximum the game allows, when they encounter lockpicks after that, a lot of them are like, oh, what a grind. Because it doesn't give them anything. They don't get any skill from it. Maybe they don't get any XP from it. Oh, it's a grind. Do you want just all locks to disappear from the world when you have a max lockpick skill? It's a weird thing, but just be aware that even though things you'd put in that you didn't intend to be a grind, people will consider it a grind. Another reason it's hard to avoid what people consider to be grind is people run out of things to do faster than you can make it. So if people like doing quests, but there are only so many quests they can do, so you're like, I make daily quests that people will call those grinds. Oh, there's a guy who gives out a kill quest every day, grind. But these are people who want a quest to do, and they've run out of the main story quests, which, assuming your storyline isn't infinite, you will eventually run out of them. So people run out of things to do, and then what's left to do, they will just call grind. So even though you don't intend it to be grind, it'll be grind. And then finally, I mentioned that people will complain about length. I have made games that have absolutely zero grind, and then people complain how short they are. The original Fallout. Things didn't respawn. There was no place to go grind. If you wiped out Necropolis, it stayed wiped out. The only way you can potentially grind in that game is just go back and forth in the world map, hoping to get random encounters you can attack. That's the only way of getting things to spawn. Once you clear out a map, it's cleared. People thought Fallout was too short. And Fallout was, 40 hours? But this is back in the day where an RPG would run you 80 to 120 hours. Outer Worlds was 15 to 20 hours. People complained it was too short. But we didn't want to put in grind. So if you try to make a game without grind, be aware that some people out there, the same people who complain about grind, will possibly call your game too short. That's why I even told the team on Outer Worlds, if the biggest complaint we get is it's too short, it's a complaint I will gladly accept. So, Raul Gigantes, I hope that answered your question, and I hope everybody else sees the issues with grind.
You know how sometimes playing games...
Thank you, Pantalonians, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Never seen this guy before.
It feels really familiar. You sit down, you put your hands on the keyboard and... You know how sometimes playing games, it feels really familiar. You sit down, you put your hands on the keyboard and mouse, you know which buttons do what, and it just intuitively happens. Yes, there's a tutorial there and it teaches you things, but for the most part, you know what to do. And it's a pretty easy game to play. Well, X4 Foundations is not that. X4 Foundations is the complete opposite of that, where literally the first hour and a half to 2 hours of the game is acquiring a bachelor's in X4 Foundations so that you can go off and actually play the game for real. At first I was pretty overwhelmed and it was pretty daunting, but once I got into it, there was something special about it. There was something unique that I don't think I have experienced in any other game. Today we'll talk about my first, 5 or 6 hours or so of game time and give you a little bit of an introduction and a taste as to what you're going to expect playing this game. In particular, if you're coming here because it's on special or you were just curious about it. Well, buckle up, buckaroos. You're going to find out all about this game and see if it is for you. So let's start with the obvious question. What is X4 Foundations? Well, first and foremost, it's a single player game. To alleviate any confusion, there's nothing multiplayer about X4 Foundations. Nor
God damn it!
To make any multiplayer.
Why did you aggro?
What I like about this game is just how intricately everything is connected in this simulated environment. Not delivering goods to certain systems or
I didn't run past you.
Or not helping factions in a certain way. You can literally crash the economy, stop particular products from being created, start these wars between factions, make one faction stronger than the other to take over the other one, and this all happens within your save file specifically. Nothing is preordained or planned or destined. There's a whole host of things that just cause domino effects, and you're part of this, and you can be a really big part of this if you want to. It is a simulation, as self-described. It simulates a universe and everything is intertwined. You explore, you manage, you build empires, the empires collapse. There's a whole host of things that you can actually do in this game. But in its core, when you're starting off and you're trying to figure out what to do, in particular in that first 5 or 6 hours, you're mostly relegated to your own little spaceship in your own little side of the corner of the world, where you're probably going to be flying it around and doing missions and getting some money so that you can essentially start to grow an empire and build something that is of worth or value in this large sandbox that you call home. Part of this is ensuring you have good visibility on what's going on around you, in particular when it comes to trading goods, military factions and what they may be up to, missions that are on offer, both legal and illegal, You can go around, you can pilot, you can trade, you can explore, fight, mine, whatever you want really. And there are a couple of like pre-written paths you can go down, but for the most part, if you wanted to, you could literally undock, shoot the station you came from, become enemies with everyone around you, and live a pirate life, if you should choose to do so. I would say that that's probably starting the game off in a very hard mode, in particular when you're starting off in a little tiny vessel. However, it's not impossible, and that's what I really do like about it. You do start off in this tutorial, I guess. The tutorial is more like an academy, believe it or not. It's got its own menu and it teaches you all the core mechanics and all the core gameplay and how it all works and how it all operates. I did actually find in the beginning that you could stop what you were doing in the main game and go back to this tutorial, revisit chapters that you might have forgotten, you know, oh, I don't know how to do this or I don't know how to do that. I really did appreciate that feature, because the amount of times where I just forgot what a button did or what I was meant to do to scan scan a station, or even how to mine, it did help. It actually did help. Outside of that, you know, it's really up to you. Really up to you what you do. At the crunch of it, for those who are here to just get it out of the way, do I recommend X4 Foundations personally? Yes, I do, because I do enjoy these types of games. They are generally my pace in terms of taking your time, understanding systems, understanding things that are put in front of you from a wider lens than just pew pew bang bang, which is I know what some of you are after out there, and I have no problem with those games. I enjoy those games as well, but there's a time and a place. I do enjoy taking the time to methodically understand how a system works and some of the ways to interact with it to make it work in your favor. So if you enjoy strategy, if you enjoy thinking, if you enjoy a slower pace, and in particular if you enjoy sci-fi, then X4 Foundations is going to be something that you're probably going to want to have a look at some point in your sci-fi space gaming journey. Outside of that, what is it akin to? You know, what sort of other games are out there that you might be able to relate to? There's a couple actually. The main one that you will hear over and over again is Elite Dangerous, and there's a reason for that. Elite Dangerous is a staple of the piloting genre, in particular the space piloting genre. I believe, I don't play with a HOTAS, and correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I believe the HOTAS community, hand on throttle and stick, are very much behind games like X4 and Elite, because it allows for them to go out there and fly these spaceships with the HOTAS controllers. I'm personally playing X4 in particular on a keyboard and mouse. However, I play Elite Dangerous with an Xbox controller, so go figure. I mean, it's horses for courses. I find keyboard and mouse works really well for the game like X4 because it allows for me to do a whole bunch of things. One thing in particular is the autopilot feature that I heavily rely on X4 Foundations, as opposed to flying the ship manually on Elite Dangerous. That said, it's open for interpretation. You can do whatever you want. So from a piloting perspective, Elite Dangerous is probably the best game that I can compare it to. From a grand strategy perspective, there's two games come to mind straight away. The first one is Stellaris, believe it or not. Just from moving your ships around the map and getting them to do things like trading and picking up things. If you don't know, Stellaris is a space-related grand strategy game, very, very popular, and it's something that a lot of 4X gamers love. In fact, I wonder if X4 is 4X backwards for a reason. And this is going to probably be a weird one. Not a lot of people are going to get it, but there comes a point where you can build stations and start creating like these intricate production sort of facilities that you can bring in trade goods from to build goods and sell them off. EVE Online. EVE Online has this system and it worked really well. Anyone who's played EVE Online like me, completely addicted to it for 3+ years, and now is a bit of veteran, you will completely know what I'm talking about, particularly when it comes to manufacturing gameplay and supply chain. So, what a weird combination. You've got Stellaris, EVE Online, Elite Dangerous, all packaged into one neat little game for you to spend probably the better part of an hour reading into Wikipedia-like articles on how to play the game. But trust me, if you like that, and if you enjoy the outcomes at the end of that, you'll probably like this game. I hope I can get these messages out quickly in a video, in particular for those who are interested, so that you can essentially see if the game's for you in a bite-sized way. So what can we do in X4? There's quite a bit. We already talked about piloting. So piloting is definitely a core component of gameplay, flying around doing different things across the solar system. Trading is definitely a big part of gameplay as well. don't undercut it. A lot of the early money you make can be done through trading and crafting. You can go get goods and craft goods in your own inventory outside of crafting them in big space stations that you'll eventually get to go and build, which is the next part of the gameplay, building. You can go and build space stations and manufacturing facilities. Exploration is another key part, very much a staple part of the sci-fi genre. Go and find planets, go find people, go chat to them, see what they're up to. Why are they looking a bit shifty there in the bar of the station? That's a bit of a hint there for you. That could lead to fighting. You can go and shoot them down and say, "G'day, mate. I'm just here to give your ship a bit of a tickle with my guns." Now, I don't recommend that straight away unless they're criminals. Unless you want to be a criminal yourself, which is completely okay. It's a simulation, you know? Mining, if you're so into that. In fact, I did pick up one of these mining missions, which was pretty cool. Then it taught me that asteroids have crystals on them, and those crystals have dodgy things that you can go and craft into things like space caviar. That was very interesting to get that out of some mining gameplay. And the last three things you can really do is you can go and steal. So you can go and say, hello, hello, look the other way while I put my hands in your pocket and take some of this loot for myself. You can go command your armies to do your dirty work for you, so you can go and recruit aliens from stations. And then last but not least, there is an immense amount of strategy involved in just looking at menus. If you liked trading stocks and if you like looking at the cost of commodities and tanking markets, I think you can do that in X4. There's literally graphs and logs and whatnot that if it so interests you, you can run you can run a gameplay loop where you're Warren Buffett as an example. There's so many things you can do. Now, what did I get to explore mostly? Bit of mining, a bit of piloting, a bit of trading. You'll do that in your first 5 hours of play. Do that on your first save. You'll probably only do that finishing your first campaign. And that's fine, because that's fun enough. Once you've done all of that, I think you open the door later to do some of these other things and do it in a different way. And maybe go and do your first campaign as a pirate instead of just, a little pilot trying to make some script. Egosoft has done a great job with this title, I have to say. For the audience it's catering to and the type of game it is, it's hit the genre and the nail on the head. And I think there's a reason why it stands as testament to the genre. There's a reason why it's got a massive fan base. And for all the reasons I outlined before, there's a lot of positivity behind the game. Are there any negativities? Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, no game is perfect. I'll give you the first one straight off the bat. The first thing that I was hit with as an absolute issue and just a brutal way of coming to terms with how this game works. There is a limited autosave function, if you like to call it that. It doesn't save in crucial moments like jumping between systems or getting to the start or the end of an autopilot route. Autosave happens, I don't know. I don't even know how it works, but it happens infrequently. What that means is you might be completely enthralled in playing the game and doing a whole bunch of things, and you make a tiny little mistake of shooting a ship that you weren't meant to shoot. Well, guess what, buddy? If you hadn't pressed F5, which is the quick save button, and your last save was, 40 minutes ago, for some reason or another, you're most likely going to lose to those ships that you shot. Your ship gets blown up, you're floating in space. There's nothing you can really do to salvage from this situation unless you really want to wait a long time. Even if you send your own ships to come save you, you're probably not going to have a good time. Those ships, you're going to lose those ships as well. And there goes hours of progress down the train, in particular if you're following the campaign or the story. And there's moments like this. There's moments where the game just doesn't tell you and you just figure it out. It's kind of like playing a roguelike. Where you're following the campaign mission. One of the missions is, all right, we're going to go get them back now. Go blow their ships up. And you go and you're outgunned. There's no way you're going to win that one. And if you haven't pressed F5, you need to reload from an hour plus ago. That's a lot of progress to be lost, particularly if you're time poor and you didn't know that the game didn't save that way and you didn't know that it was brutal. Egosoft does not hold your hand. It really reminds you of this game being a simulation and you needing to learn everything before you go and engage. Now, that is definitely a negative, but the positive to that is once you do learn from your own mistakes, you end up playing the game so much better. And I do like that aspect of it. I just wish it wasn't behind you got to go back an hour save wall. Let's call it the save wall. So what did I do? I basically, every time I was about to do something silly or didn't know what I was doing, I pressed F5. But I learned the hard way, and I'm sure everyone who's played this game has gone through this pain. Outside of that, scaling, UI, everything is good. I do have to say, I don't like the camera options that are presented for a game like this. There's some cool things like being able to go into remote cameras to see what's going on around the universe, but in particular the piloting camera, that's something that took me time to adjust to. The reason why is the HUD doesn't adjust when you go to an external view of your ship. It just kind of stays in the middle of your screen, and it kind of breaks a little bit of that immersion, but you can just hide the HUD if you just want to see your ship flying around in space. Last thing I would probably mention in terms of a negative, I'm sure there's more out there, but these were the ones that really stuck with me. The last one was learning the menus. The menus have so many icons, so much text, a lot to basically take in and remember, and I think this is fair. It can be simplified a little. In particular, like getting a UI or a UX designer in to reimagine some of these menus to make them a bit more, not only aesthetic, but functional and flow a bit better, would definitely take this game.
That cost me 10
It's
gold.
just my opinion. Again, some people might hate me for saying that and think it's right just the way it is. In fact, all of these things are just my opinion. I know that there's going to be
I was going to go get a
response to
fucking
some of the things I
horse.
say, and that's fine. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it if I've missed something and someone points it out. Alrighty, so let's cap it off. X4 Foundations. Do I recommend it? Yes. Is it going to be everyone's cup of tea? Absolutely not. What?
Witcher 4 has been
Thank you, Legacy Killer HD. I've liked and sub to your channel.
announced. I can't say anything about it. What we know is that Geralt will be part of the game. We just don't know how much, and the game won't focus on Geralt, so it's not about him.
That's
this time.
wise.
And that, my friend, was a big oopsie made by Geralt of Rivia voice actor Doug Cockle a couple of months ago in regards to his role within The Witcher 4. He hadn't realized that the game
The
wasn't
voice actor
announced yet,
blew it
and
off?
He was speaking
Oh,
on things that he
no.
wasn't supposed to, and CD Projekt Red made sure to let him know that he shouldn't have been saying any of that. And in recent weeks, he had actually been saying, "I know nothing to do with anything with that game. I might not even appear," but it's quite clear he's going to be playing maybe a mentorship role, kind of like how Vesemir appears in The Witcher 3 to Geralt. Maybe he's going to be doing that same role, but this time for Ciri. But the big thing about this new Witcher 4 installment is that indeed Ciri is a Witcher. She somehow passed the Trial of the Grasses, and there's a lot that we do not know about this installment, like how she even achieved something like that. Is it because of her elder blood? There's a lot of question marks. And it is also important to remember that she has a new medallion, the House of the Lynx. We know nothing about this. Maybe she explores a faraway land with Witchers that we don't know about, that somehow have achieved with modern medicine a way that women can pass this. Obviously, that's going to create some controversy, and CD Projekt Red just the other day discussed a lot of this. They actually got ahead of some of the backlash and responded to a lot of the questions that people have in regards to the future direction of the Witcher franchise. And we're going to break it all down today. It's probably best to remind everybody, because this is something I've seen widespread on social media the last couple of months from fans that just are not familiar with this franchise, but have seen, like, you know, the TV show and stuff. But we've known about the fact that Geralt wasn't going to be the main protagonist since at least 2013. That was the first time CD Projekt Red announced it. They said that they were going to be wrapping up the trilogy. This was the end of Geralt as the main protagonist. And around 2015, in the lead up to The Witcher 3 and right after, around Blood and Wine, they pretty much made clear that, yeah, Geralt's time as the main protagonist was over. We're going to go a different direction if we're going to be making new Witcher games. And that is how here we have The Witcher 4 with Ciri as the lead protagonist. But that doesn't close the door on obviously Geralt appearing in some role. Now, it is also worth mentioning in 2022, that's when we got our first teaser for this game. And it was this medallion, which is a lynx, a house that is we know nothing about, and it has no connection to the books or anything. This is something that we'll be finding out once, CD Projekt Red gives us new information. But for now, all we can do is really theorize about this. But it is also important to know around this time we got the codename for this game, and it was Project Polaris, which Polaris, Ciri's, ability to travel between space and time. I feel like the evidence was always there. But we also did see this new Witcher game won't be called The Witcher 4, and that did not age all that well. Technically, I guess, because this game isn't The Witcher 4, it's The Witcher IV, Roman numerals. I guess CDPR can skirt around that criticism a little bit. But indeed, at the Game Awards is when we got our first teaser trailer for The Witcher 4. This is like a short film CGI by Prestige Images along with CDPR. It's rendered within Unreal Engine, but that's obviously not how the game is going to look. CDPR did similar things with Cyberpunk 2077 years before the game released. The same thing with The Witcher 3. It's just a teaser to show, you know, the vision that they have for this new Witcher installment, which, you know, you have a ritual that's gone wrong, you know, Ciri, you know, killing monsters, and having to deal with the consequences of what appeared to be a very morally good choice. Very Witcher-esque. We've seen multiple scenarios play out in the games that are similar to this. We also did see CD Projekt Red at the Game Awards celebrating this. This was actually a video that Andy Robinson of VGC took, and as you can see, the CD Projekt Red developers get up and they change themselves. Well, their jackets are already Witcher 4, so they were already prepared for this. This is a big moment for them, but the big thing is this game is still years away. It actually just entered full production like a month or two ago. So the time that The Witcher 4 releases, it's probably going to be 3 to 4 years from now, and especially after Cyberpunk 2077, a lot of the mistakes that they made in the lead up to that game, they have to get this right, and they know that the pressure is on because The Witcher 3, for many, including myself, is considered one of the greatest games of all time, and they cannot repeat the history that they've already experienced with Cyberpunk.
They're gonna repeat it.
That was a colossal failure, especially at launch, and it took them years to repair their image, and even to this point, a lot of people do not trust this company, and they have a lot to prove. But we did see other developers on the game celebrating the level design lead of The Witcher 4, saying, "Hard to describe how emotional this moment is for me. More than a decade after we announced The Witcher 3, it's finally here. This is The Witcher 4. How did you like our surprise? A lot of love went into it. And we're doing our best to make the best Witcher game ever." We saw the head of the studio, Adam Badowski, saying thank you to everyone who's contributing to the artistic development of our game, and then he made sure to point out, it's a cinematic trailer pre-rendered in Unreal Engine 5 on an unannounced NVIDIA GeForce RTX GPU, maybe the upcoming 5000 series. And we did see fans picking up some of the small details that they left behind for us to, you know, find. Ciri wearing a new medallion, presumably the links, which, yes, her connection to this new house is probably going to be a big storyline within this new installment. We saw somebody else pointing out...
You know, I don't care about The Witcher, and I don't care about this video. I'm going to skip it.
Now with that out of the way, let's talk about the Daggerfall Unity. Hello everyone. Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim
Thank you,
are the
Zarek
traditionally famous
Sakaran.
When you go to any of
I'd like to sub to your channel.
the side stories or the first two, information gets a little more obscure in the public space. So this will be a new guide for new players to Elder Scrolls 2. Dagger.
No, I don't want to do Daggerfall. It's too old for my fucking stream. I would rather do like you know, Skyrim. Because it's just not as old. It plays better. The only thing about Daggerfall that intrigued me was the idea of walking around on that horse and using the sim-like qualities of the game as a delivery of a vibe on my channel. Yeah. And so I thought about auto running around on that horse. Looked pretty fucking fun, actually. But I don't think the game's good enough for that. It's too old. The combat looks fun, but the amount of jank and the amount of learning those systems, I don't know about that. I don't think so. Old doesn't necessarily mean good. I think it's better to watch videos about it than actually play it. It sucks that that's my conclusion, but I feel that way about Daggerfall. It's a game I've never touched really. I played it, but I don't maybe with the right mods it might be okay. But I don't think so. I think Skyrim is the best Bethesda RPG experience. And well, yeah, I'm really it's Starfield. And the game that I should play is just Starfield probably. It sucks, but it's true. I'm going out to Faction Warfare today. I need to pick a system, and I will do so. I like this RP. I like looking at this fucking map. I love this Faction Warfare map. It's one of my favorite things about all of video gaming for some reason. I love this map. It really, for something about it, I love this map. It's so cool. Could go to Nenemela, but I'll probably see immediate action. Valerier is sometimes really good. To Nolan is... the system is a front line. And Caldari has not won this yet. We'll go to Nolan, because I believe to Nolan was the one that I liked. Yeah, we'll try to Nolan and see how I do. I don't really know. I don't know how it'll go. It's fun. Okay, we're gonna go out to Faction Warfare today. 7 jumps. Anything else? Oh, I'm in Station. I should perhaps take a look if I need to cycle Hypernet, which I do. Before I can leave town, I need to worry about Master at Arms. I can't... Can I mail items? Can I mail items? Oh, I can contract this. Oh, I can contract. Yeah, I can contract like 5 of these. Create contract. It's gonna be not a courier contract, but a private contract for my alt. Got to get the exact right name. Yeah, that's her. There we are, private. Next. Master at Arms. Oh. No, I can split a stack, huh? Okay, so... Let's do a stack of 5. Oh, yeah, the contract cancel. Yeah. Split the stack. Oh. Fuck! I moved these. Oh. No, wait. Go back to the item hanger and look. It was going to be either this one. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, so pull it out. There. Okay, so good. Now I want to create contract with this. Private. Four weeks. Received nothing. Finish. Yes. Go. Okay, we created a contract. To bill. I'm up. I'm up money, like a lot. So, okay, we will sell some Master at Arms here. Oh, it's raining? Yeah, it is raining. I should be running and I'm not. Okay, 104, 99.9. Yeah, we'll stick at 104 because that's really good. Yeah. Wow, I'm actually a fairly good healer. Oh. Okay.
I love games that aren't in the spotlight. However, something even better are games that have had a long and storied history, but in 2024 don't get the same attention as they once did. While you're playing the game at 24 don't get the same attention as they once did. While you're playing the game at the final hour, most of the game's players have quit. Out of the over 70,000 games on Steam, I found 4 that are slowly being forgotten or have already fell between the cracks years ago, with just a fraction of their original communities remaining. Aberoth is an extremely niche adventure game that I found deep in the RPG section of Steam. The beginning of the game is all to do with PvE, but I was told the large majority of the community are late game players who prefer to PvP more than anything else. Perhaps that's why what I've heard about the community of Aberoth paints a pretty strange picture, and some of the reviews like this one from ZVNXT back that up. Users with thousands of hours spend IRL money on the game and use it to harass strangers to make sure they don't play the game.
Yep.
I contacted staff and got no response, which makes sense because the game hardly has 100 active players. It's just unfortunate a good game concept is ruined by people who like to abuse others.
Yep.
Aberoth's average player
Pieces of shit in every
decreased
toilet.
year upon year from the original 200 plus it experienced on launch. Last month was one of its lowest player counts on record, so finding experienced players wasn't going to be a challenge. The realm I chose was Cyan, since it had the most players online at the time. After turning in the first quest of taking out a few bats for Inala, I tried buying equipment with the 41 gold I had. Instead of going to the store, I mistook the banker for the shopkeeper, which of course was seen by a player called Lil Uzi Vert. Need equipment. Follow me. Oh, this guy's helping me. Lil Uzi Vert. He said 41 gold isn't a lot.
Little Uzi Vert is his fucking name. Do not follow him. Do not follow him.
And I have 11 gold left. This guy was kind enough to give me armor,
oh, never
an
mind.
axe,
He did help.
a shield, and helped me
wow.
get started on my second mission of killing 10 rogues. Stand on this table and right-click your items to engrave them. You're good. I'm here to help. What a legend. We all start somewhere. I can't believe I've just had a guy come in and give me 200 odd gold and let me, teach me the game. The very basics, but the most important things to learn. By this point, my current gear was good enough that he told me to engrave it. Engraving gear at the Tavern for Gold allows you to keep it upon death, so if a player were to attack me, they'd only get the portion of loot I didn't engrave. Lil Uzi Vert genuinely
I'm out of
saved me
niter?
at the
Oh
beginning,
no.
So I was pretty happy to go to sleep with over 50 gold in the bank, the road quest almost completed, and get up fresh tomorrow to get some solo progress done. 2024 wasn't a bad year for new games, but 2025 is going to be next level. On January 30th of next year, Sniper Elite Resistance is releasing to the public and is already available to pre-order today. It'll come with the classic Sniper Elite combat mechanics, a full-length campaign available in both single-player and co-op, and of course, the trademark X-Ray kill cam. This time round though, brand new propaganda missions have been introduced where you can adopt the role of a resistance fighter. Sniper Elite Resistance will be available from day one on Xbox Game Pass and also both digitally and physically on Xbox Series X, S, Xbox One, PS5 and 4 and through both Steam and Epic Games on PC. If you pre-order using my link, you'll receive a bonus new Target Führer campaign mission, and more. Deluxe Edition pre-orders also receive 2 days early access to the game, with the Season Pass included.
Nice. I'm glad Sniper Elite is still around. I don't know why it is.
The next day at about noon, to find absolutely nobody online in my realm. So after dying almost instantly and losing a bunch of stuff, I decided to create a new account and start fresh with my newfound knowledge in another server. This was the best decision I could have possibly made, because there I found a player called Caven. Caven helped me transfer to their server so we could do the road quest together. Something I couldn't do before, but now that I had a membership, I unlocked this extra room where you could literally just teleport instantly. Once that was done, we worked on completing the road boss quest, which after a couple attempts was a success. Help! Help please! They're just taking the hits and letting me pick up all the gold and shit. They told me to buy a vault the moment I hit 500 gold, and I also got to see their personal vaults and hours location. But he was more than happy to show me everything. Dude, he's just sent me a picture of his vault. And that is, yeah. So he has just over 9,000 hours in Aberoth. And that is the culmination of
9,000 hours in this crappy isometric
For
game, dear God, why?
Owning more than 50 shockwaves would be considered a huge amount for most players since they're 25k plus each. I own 400. So at this guy's peak, he had over $6,000 worth of wealth in this game. Nothing in that vault picture is recognizable to me, but I know it's a shit ton. He said his initial goal was to collect a measly 10 million coins, and once he did that, he moved to shockwaves. He slowly faded away from Aberoth after a lot of his long-term friends left the game themselves, due to having completed everything there is to do in the whole game. While you're playing the game at the final hour, most of the game's players have quit. Most that still play on the Arcane Yellow Realm. It's the belief of most players that the developer is clearly happy with the current state of Aberoth and considers the game finished. Longtime players like MCM do hope that changes, because without new areas and content, it's hard to get stuck into the game again. Very cool. Very, very cool. What an honor to speak to the man himself. What a honor. I gotta give a big thanks to MCM Do for taking the time and not instantly blocking me. Absolute legend for that. Thank you to everyone else who helped me as well. Caven, Lil Uzi, the guy who I didn't even mention that gave me a hand with my FIFA quest for hours. It's safe to say, my experience wasn't anything like the reviews, but I played for less than a week, and if the reviews weren't at least partly true, the community wouldn't be as small as it is.
Vanguard, Normandy, 1944.
Military shooters are quickly becoming one of the most popular genres on Steam, but when Vanguard was first teased in 2007 under the name Traction Wars, things were very different. 4 months after the first Arma game releases, General Naga makes a blog post on IndieDB. It features a crossbow and a reinforced bunker. Each year after saw countless new posts by General Naga, but no release. In August of 2018, after 11 years
I can't believe I'm out of
development,
Niter.
they rebranded to Vanguard Normandy 1944 and started a
Oh well, I didn't
Kickstarter
really
with the goal of $10,000
come out here to
announced
fight.
the game would cost $15 rather than the initially planned free-to-play.
I just
Since
want a
Vanguard
horse.
was released onto Steam in early access in 2019, it's received at least 1 or 2 updates a month, with events held every other weekend to find bugs and gather
nobody,
feedback from
nobody
the small
plays.
community that still
That's
follow the
fucked up.
game's progress. Over the 2-decade journey Vanguard has been on, many people have supported and eventually forgotten about the game, but there remains a core community, including the original director, General Naga. I sent one of the developers for Vanguard a Discord message asking what kind of state the game was in and whether I could get some of you lot to come play with me. Turns out Ancient is a nice fella. He offered me 15 keys so we could fill up the lobby when the event day came around, and after handing them out in my Discord, all I had to do was hope some of you actually turned up. Alright, we got 3, 6, 13 people. That's not too bad. Over the course of the first 2 games, the lobby slowly filled up, but for whatever reason, grenades weren't working properly.
Oh, okay, that was
like the game looks
Oh, he's
okay.
dead. Is he? Let's have a little look-sees. Tegan. Oh no.
You
The server crashed.
Of course it did.
The gun with infinite ammo. Yet there was definitely a bit of a skill gap between Vincent and I. He's gonna supersize his crosshair. I like the sound of that. A new guy joined after a while, and he gave me my first 2 kills of the game, while Vincent was just having a great time. Finally. Hold on. I found somebody I can actually kill. I learned very quickly in the second game that the more people in the lobby doesn't always mean more fun.
Yeah, this video's boring. When the mafia kills the prime minister. Ugh. Yes. Here we go.
For a competition and not come first.
Thank
It
you,
is
Josh
okay to
Trapeze.
take on
I've like
any
subbed to your
challenge and
channel.
fail. I have infinitely more respect for people who have taken on hundreds of challenges and failed and learned a little bit from each failure than someone who has never taken a challenge on
Me
because
too.
they don't want to.
It's
fail.
better to be a It's better to
someone
be a
who's only
contender
ever been
than a
told they'll succeed.
spectator.
I very, very much hate the fact that it does see, and I don't blame the kids for this because this is not their fault. This is absolutely not their fault. This is the adults' fault for the way they've been teaching and raising the kids. It is not a child's fault if they do not know how to emotionally process failure. That is a teacher and parent problem. Someone said to me once that the current generation of parents are likely the first generation to understand that the way a parent raises a child has a huge emotional impact on the child's upbringing, and someone again said that this is the first generation to en masse go to therapy, which is great. That's fantastic. Processing emotional trauma, processing why things happened, understanding what happened, why it happened, how you can change it, that's great. but we seem to have overcorrected and are now trying to protect younger people from any form of emotional trauma or failure at all, no matter how safe or relevant or important it is for growth. It is important to fall and fail, because we then get back up and learn how to do that. And we are seeing a generation of people who have been protected from failure.
Yeah.
And now they are entering the workforce and expecting those same protections to be extended to them.
Nope.
And one of the worst things that you can do for a child is let them pass every single test they take, even if they fail it. Any teachers in the chat? You ever been told to pass a student when they failed? Because if you don't pass them, it looks bad for the school? It's passing the problem down the line. That's all it's doing. It's just passing the problem. You get kids, and the kids, they're not dumb.
No.
They're realizing they don't need to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in schools when a child has failed a test, and I have been told by someone superior to me to pass them, because it makes the school pass mark look good. They're going to another school, they're going to college, they're going to uni. It's not my problem anymore. It won't be their problem anymore. And the school looks like it's churning out winners. No school wants to take the hit on reputation as being the school where people fail, because funding is linked to pass rates. Taff is saying they're doing that in the military. I saw that in the military as well. Not enough people passing the fitness course? What are we going to do? Lower the course. It happened while I was there. Well, while I was kind of working alongside related aspects of it. They just lowered it down. If enough people can't pass the basic fitness test, you don't try and improve people, you lower the test until enough people are over the bar. It sucks. I don't blame the kids for having participation trophies. I blame the parents that gave them the trophies. The kids didn't ask for it. No one asked for it. Every kid that was given a participation trophy knew that it was bullshit. But what they didn't know was every time they were given one, the parents were saving themselves from having the emotionally difficult conversation of explaining why loss and failure is okay. Because they actually don't know how to.
We get knocked down, but we get up again. Never let them bring us down.
Sorry,
we
I feel
get
very
knocked
passionate
down,
about
but
this.
we get up again. That's the entire
very much
fucking
value
cycle of
education
life.
and good parenting over almost anything else. And when I see a kid that is struggling or has lower career prospects because they don't have the emotional maturity to deal with emotional complexity, I don't blame the kid. It's not their fault. I blame the system and the parents that demanded everyone pass.
Yep.
Because by saying everyone passes, you're not rewarding greatness, and at the same time, you're also not supporting struggle. Inclusion without support is abuse. Let's get back to Daggerfall. Why, that's impertinent. I'm speechless. You can see now why Baltham Grayman must be stopped at all costs before he undermines everything the Guild stands for. It is unfortunate that you missed this miserable little sot, but I have no doubt we'll track him down again soon. Right. Well, I made this long shirt myself as a token of appreciation for your service to the Mages Guild. This is the first quest we've done for the guy. Made you a shirt. Thanks for tracking down the guy. I mean, what if you wore the shirt that I've made for you? Thanks, old man. I appreciate it. Long shirt. Oh, we've info. Powers unknown. He doesn't even know what it does. He's not even sure. Thanks, my friend. I'm gonna go work out what this shirt does that you've just given me before I put it on, because that kind of creeps me out. Hey. Oh. I was gonna chat to this person about identifying stuff, but straight away. Allow me to be the first to offer my unreserved congratulations on your glorious ascension up the slippery hierarchy that is the Mages Guild. Now that you have achieved the rank of Evoker, you have access to the Guild library. I can remember when I was first deemed worthy of such an honor. My eyes did not leave printed page for 3 whole days. My advice is to take advantage of this as soon as possible. Once again, jolly good show, sir. Well, we can read some stuff. I'm going to read this book. Good book. Reading is for nerds, my friend. I'm just here to cast the big boom spells. You, my friend... Oh, you look like magic. Who identifies things? There should be an identifier here somewhere. If I was an identifier, where would I be? You! Identify this shirt for me. Your friend made it for me. Unless it's that thing. The Antique Surcoat of Magic. No, it's not that thing. Identify... that. What does it do? Thanks. Long shirt of featherweight. Are you saying I'm fat? I literally walked in, he's like, you need a shirt that makes you lighter. We're not having Chunky Monkey running around repping the Mages Guild. Thanks. Appreciate it. I'll take it back. So, any more quests for me? Let me see what we have available. A dangerous wizard shirt of Ozempic. That's what it is. I just sold it to her. Did I? Hang on, no I didn't. I identified it. I've still got it on me. See, it's there. Long shirt of featherweight. Didn't sell it to her. I will sell it to somebody else. Tell me about... The people of Bergama have been demanding that the Mages Guild take a stand against the mad wizard who has been terrorizing the land for some time now. Now, by order of the Archmagister himself, we are doing just that. I know it's hardly the assignment a scholarly institution should give, but would you be willing to pay the mad wizard a call and then hack him into pieces? Yeah, sure. Excellent. I knew you would not let us down, sir. Now then, Toldy will be in the laboratory, Dushan's Hold, for at most 9 days before moving on to a new location. The Baron wants word the mage is dead in 9 days. Laboratory, Dushan's Hold. Allow me to cast Recoil here, and then let me head to Dushan's Hold. I will be on my way. Fast travel there, let's do it. How's everyone doing today? Please learn Cure Poison. I have one of them. Isn't the balm Cure Poison? Heal health? I'll be fine. Don't worry. It's fine. We just won't get poisoned. We just won't get poisoned. It's okay. All I need to do... Right,
no, you should buy the Cure Poison.
I should explain why I have a spell called Cheese Thumping. There is a way to train your magic via a bit of a cheesy exploit. You cast a spell on the floor which has an area of effect spell. You make it do 3 different things and they all affect you. And as long as you're wearing an absorb magic shirt, you'll get your magic back from doing it. But you still get the experience from casting the spell. So I needed a spell that had 3 different schools of magic within it. Damage, restoration, and I think it was alteration. So I created the spell Damage, Heal, Jump, which hurts me, heals me, and then throws me up into the air, because that will train those 3 schools of magic. But I realized that what this spell actually is I get knocked down, but I get up again. You ain't never gonna keep me down. I didn't realize that I just inadvertently made the spell Tub Thumping. But this, of course, is a bit of a cheesy spell, hence Cheese Thumping. That's why that spell is named that.
Warping to Stargate.
And now you know.
Drive active.
So, we're going into Dushan's Hold to fight a mad mage. Oh my god, okay. God damn, that is a flesh Atronak. Oh, this dude is tough. Okay, Ooh, I very much think that I've bitten off more than I can chew here.
Stargate.
Invocation of Azora, Queen Baron Zaya, a statuette, some green leaves. I don't need those. We might be about to go into a pretty difficult dungeon. I didn't realise this. I did not realise. We're about to go into a difficult dungeon. Here we go. A laboratory. The laboratoire.
Autopilot jumping.
We just need to find the Mad Wizard. Once I get good at this game, I will actually turn small dungeons off, and we will return to massive-ass dungeons.
Warping to Stargate.
We'll do like 5 or 6 really big dungeons at the end of the day. That's what we'll do. Do I have any affinity for JRPGs, or are Western RPGs more of my thing? I just like RPGs, man. I just like RPGs all around. I mean, think about it. A JRPG is Elden Ring. It's horrible to say, but it is. I just like... I don't care where the game was made.
Approaching Stargate.
As long as it's a good game, I'll play it. Wow, we are... There are lots of dead people around here. Icor, King Edward. Don't know what Icor is, but I'm taking it just in case.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, I feel like JRPG is... That's a good way of putting it. It's more of a vibe, isn't it? The vibes of a game. I'm glad I went with the spell Candle. This spell is really saving me right now.
Active.
I could use other spells, but Candle is pulling its weight. I just need to find the Mad Mage. Imagine you're just hanging out in the closet and then someone comes in and hammers you. Don't clip that. Just realised what I said when I said that. It doesn't need to be clipped. We're going to move on from what I just said. And I'm not going to take any of you... Stop it. Stop it. Grow up. All of you. It's hammer time. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Prepare to get bonked. This is the big bonk build.
Autopilot jumping.
And I am bringing the bigly bonk. You can cast spells at me all you want, my friend. You're still getting bonked. Ooh, that was some damage. That was some damage right there. That actually hurt quite a bit. I'm going to have a nap. Let's have a quick nap. I mean, we're always ready for some closet hammering, aren't we? My stealth has improved and my blunt weapon skill has improved. Cast Candle.
I have
Continue. I should probably get another light spell that throws stronger light than just a candle. That mage has silenced me. Don't need to talk to slap you around. "12-hour now." We had a half day in the dungeon. It was a half dungeon day for a bit. We didn't need all of it. We just we had a little sit down, a little rest, a little relaxation.
Nice talking to you.
As soon as I get the correct light flail, I will find
Warp drive active.
a shield and use that instead.
Autopilot disabled.
What?
Imagine you're just hanging out in your room. Ooh.
What?
I love the fact there's real-time shadows.
Tama. Yeah, send me home. Man, every time I fucking come through here, man.
I'm glad that I'm actually playing a battle mage properly now. Ooh. Yeah. Sit down, son.
Hell, I'll just go out
Which way
mining.
have we not been yet? Could have used the old map. Work out which way I haven't been. Haven't been straight forward and left yet. Let's go this way and then this way.
Let me show you.
Your content makes me happy. Thank you. That's a lovely thing to say. That's all I've ever wanted to do. All I've ever tried to do. Get hammered, nerd. Just got absolutely wrecked, that guy. Didn't even stand a chance. Had no idea what was coming. Leather right vambrace. Info. 3 to armor rating. Definitely don't need you. That is a pathetic increase to armor rating. I know this layout of dungeon. I'm sure I do. Sure there's a room here somewhere. There is not. Interesting. Okay. Forward and to the right. Have we been this way? I don't think I've been this way before. Nope, this way's new. Just gonna have a quick nap. Quick 12-hour nap. And then we wait for a bit. I've been upgraded to main monitor because you're eating. That's fine. But only if you agree that once you've finished eating, I go back onto the second monitor. I don't want to get cocky. I don't want to get arrogant, you know. Don't want to feel like I deserve it. I've got to earn it every time. Running around, slapping someone with a hammer. I kind of feel that whoever I'm sent to kill, they've made themselves very hard to find. They've put themselves out the way. They're not hurting anyone, are they? They're just kind of hanging out in the distance. Are we the baddies at this point?
Are we the baddies?
This is not Daggerfall so much as it is Hammer Smack. Now, I am playing Chain Solorettes Info, +5 to the armor rating used, whereas I've got Chain Boots. Yeah, they're better. They're much better. I want to keep those, but that is also proving that my mod is working, and the new armor should slowly be appearing around the place. We're finding lots of random bits of items around. That's cool. Oh, hang on, we've been down here before. We haven't been up and to the left. Got to find where this mad wizard is, haven't we? Where are we? Need to go this way. These are small dungeons, remember. Looking good today, sir. Thank you. I had a shave. I thought the beard was getting a bit too long, a bit too scraggly. Had to deal with that. So, where have I not been? Somewhere there is a mage that I haven't found. Where, if I were a mage, where would I be? I want to go back... Not this way, was it? This way and then down and to the left. Haven't been that way yet. I want to go down and to the left. Wrong way. I can do this. I'll get this. We're just trying to work out how I get down. We go this way, and then we turn straight on and then turn left and go down. Yes. I know where I'm going now. I think I know where I'm going now. Turn left and left again immediately. This is new. Not been this way yet. This is...
What?
Need to find a mad wizard and kill them. We're going to kill the mad wizard. While a Daedra heart. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that's important. Hang on. What was the name of that book? Fool's Ebony, Part the 4th. Fool's Ebony, Part the Tooth. I wonder if you can find... Oh no. I hate dungeons with water in them. Alright, let's do this. Thankfully, I got water breathing. Quick save. Go. I am carrying too much to stay afloat. Oh good, there's slaughterfish down here as well. Which actually look terrifying in this version of the game. Thank you. I don't know how long water breathing lasts for, but we're going to find out. How are you down here? You have slain Toldy, the mad wizard of Dushan's Hold. That was pretty cool, okay? We had to actually venture, literally venture underwater. And then we go into an underwater treasure room and find a leather fur jerkin. So he was just down here jerking it, that's what he was doing. And we came down and killed the one. I'm sorry. Feel bad about that. Rip in peace, my friend. Rip in peace. Can I just cast recall now? Teleport away. Murdered. Murdered in the cave. And... oh. Okay, so it's currently 8:44, which means the guild isn't technically open yet. Now what that means is we can rob them. We have teleported back to the guild while no one is in here, which means there's no one to stop me doing any of these things. I could just go and, you know, see what's going on. Start taking some stuff. If I can find where they're keeping everything.
I'm going to pause to have a bowl of cereal here. I haven't eaten today.
This is all just nerd stuff. Where's the cool magic things?
Wow, No Country for Old Men is free with ads on YouTube.
Is this...
okay, I'm gonna just grab a bowl of cereal right quick. Bowl of cereal will be good. I need a bowl. I don't know where it went.
Guy a real streamer? What a question. Let me answer that for you. Currently, the biggest game in the world is Pal World. Little indie game. Came out of nowhere. Any of the distant land, the skybox is totally different, the clouds aren't there, you can't see anywhere near as far. But I've pretty much modded this. It's only 2 graphical mods. I've only got the extended Morrowind. I'm playing the vanilla client with the extended graphics to it. That's what I'm doing. Now, full disclosure, I have finished Morrowind as a kid. In fact, I've got this vivid memory. I used to have a laptop, really old laptop, and I would sit on my bed, on my laptop, playing Morrowind, and it would play it like a PowerPoint. Honestly, I'd see 1 frame every second or so, because it was just chugging along, and I managed to beat Blood Moon.
Your cousin has given you a...
I stab it. If I move to the side, I slice to that side. So some enemies are actually weak to overhead slashes, some are weak to stabs, and some are weak to side things. It's a whole thing. It is not great. It's very, very annoying. But now we go, I want to say, we don't... I know one thing. There's a ring somewhere that we can steal. And then I think you can give it to someone and then you get some things back. You now have a map. It shows you the name of the place you are and you're facing. Look at that. Beautiful map. It reminds me of the map I had as a kid on my wall. Did anyone else own the Morrowind actual kind of disc and it came with a map? Do you remember that? That was awesome. I love that. That map was fantastic. You folded it out, you stuck it there, and when you explore the map, and this game is bloody big. For saying that, you know, fast travel is bloody slow in this game, and that was big, and the local map just does not help. Who else played this game and there was a quest that said you had to go east to a mountain, but there was actually a translation error and it meant to say go west? I explored the entire eastern continent trying to find that mountain. It was not there. There are mistakes in this game. Remember? Skyrim's like, go here, here is an arrow, here is a door, you need to go here. Morrowind's like, good luck. Good luck, my friend. Let's search this barrel. It's an engraved ring of healing, and I'm going to stick me up there so you can see what I've got. There's also a petty soul gem and a spoon. All mine. You now have a magic menu where you can see all your powers, spells, and magic items. Like all menus, right-click. Press R to ready active magic. So, magic menu is just here. This is a game of menus, so enjoy this. We take the engraved ring of healing.
Set aside another video to watch, but I don't see it. Damn it. What was it? It was
Superstitions, Satipo. Tranquilo.
the Sherpas always rob him.
Bovitos could be watching us. Bovitos don't like intruders.
Relax.
The Bovitos are near. Poison is still fresh, 3 days. They're following us.
If they knew we were here, they would have killed us already.
Wait, are they like doing the movie? Isn't this exactly how Raiders starts or whatever? Or which one was it? Was it Raiders or I don't remember which one it is. It's not Temple. Temple starts with the kid in the restaurant. But yeah, Raiders starts with this where he raids the temple. Wow, he looks like Indiana Jones. They got that part of Han Solo's face, or what's his Harrison Ford's face, like pretty well. They like really got young Harrison Ford. That seems pretty hard. How did they do that? Well, the intro is pretty good, like the movie. That guy looks dumb. His mouth seems stuck open.
The temple is up there, senor.
It's weird because the game looks really good, but it does look like a little low rent for a AAA-ness game. Who made this? This is 5 hours long.
This is it. This is where Forrestal cashed in.
A friend of yours?
A competitor. He was good. He was very, very good.
Senor, nobody has come out of there alive. Please.
This is the start to Raiders.
You first, senor.
they just put Raiders into a video game. I don't know if I'm really very impressed by that, actually. And it doesn't look that good either. It doesn't look good like the movie. No. Hands go right. Oop. Hands went down. Hey, Clade. All those axes actually really slow you down. I didn't really realize.
Get these things off me.
Stop. Stay out of the light.
The voice actor isn't too good.
Forstall.
You said he was very good. You?
Guess we'll find out.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me.
It's not that bad. His voice is not that bad.
That did it.
That's it.
That's how it's done.
Give me the whip. Throw me the idol. Give me the whip.
Adios, señor.
Adios, Sabito. America. It's still in America.
The man I knew 10 years ago. I learned to hate you in the last 10 years. Well, where the hell were you? Damn it, don't you leave me down here by myself!
Cool. It does have a good sense of adventure.
Marcus.
Oh, where's that exit? Oh, it's like a labyrinth.
Lightweight. What the devil? Damn kids. Someone's getting expelled tonight. Big footprints.
This is a Bethesda game.
All right, pal. You can't sleep here. Who the hell are you?
Wait, I don't have a chess piece on. Why?
You asked for it.
Oh my god, where did my chess piece go? What the fuck?
Whatever you're up to, pal.
Is that the best you got? Homunculus, non come touch it.
Oh, wow.
Indiana? I'd wondered where you'd got to. What happened?
Where did he go?
Who?